Hello, my dear friends. Welcome back to Elena's Bar, low impact, full body workouts. My name is Elena. I'm your fitness instructor. I today have Melody from Elena's Bar Teachers Community. PK is not with us, unfortunately. He will join us next time, probably. He's traveling. And Sam! Yes, welcome, Sam, to our little podcast, if I can call it that way.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's a
tell
pleasure
us
to
a
be
little
here.
bit. Yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself, and so that people know you, because people know Melody, but they haven't met you yet.
Wow. Well, I am a guy who likes to build things and I like to travel around. It's pretty simple, pretty
Cool.
plain.
Yeah. Okay. Today we have a lot of bullshit to go through, but we will start with the basics, guys. Okay. I've prepared a pretty long presentation for you. I highly encourage you to stay with us till the end of this video. Ask your questions. We won't be able to see all of the comments right away because when we do the presentation, I can't really see the comments, okay? And we will get back to your comments after we are done, or maybe we will take breaks in between because it's a lot of information to process. We'll start with the basics. We'll give you the examples, as always, of misleading content. And then if you notice certain things in our society by browsing through Instagram or watching YouTube, other social media, and I always keep saying to you guys that social media is not evil. Social media is just a tool that can be used for evil purposes and for good purposes. It's up to the content creators how they use it. So what we are trying to do here is we are trying to bring light to some of the misleading content that people are posting out there, and we are trying to draw the connection between the content that they post and the actions you might take based on that content. Okay, we can't predict it for sure, but it's possible that you are going to listen to them and then act accordingly. Okay, so let's dive in here. Yeah, my name is Elena. I'm your fitness instructor, as you probably already know. Melody, you can follow her on Instagram, and then Pikia also, this guy.
I'm pretty boring on Instagram. I don't have much of a.
I
I
know.
don't
Well,
think I've ever
maybe you
posted.
will post something.
But I do reply to other people's posts on occasion. I like
Yeah. Just don't flood here with stupid messages, okay? I usually don't take messages unless it's something relevant to the topics that we are talking about here. Okay, let's start with the basic terms. What is information? Information is power. And content is the material that is being spread on social media, in the movies, and other means of communication. Radio, TV, social media, communication platforms such as YouTube. Content creator is someone who produces content, who is responsible for the material that is being spread, who spreads the information with you that encourages you to uh, through the written or visual storytelling. Okay, these are the means that they usually use: written storytelling or visual also. Communication is very powerful tool that can be used to share and exchange facts or deceitful information with people. Means of sending and receiving information. So you can go on Google and these are just the basic terms, find them out. And guys, let me bring to your attention that only 30% when you watch a content, especially when it's a video, only 30% is being paid on the actual content. The rest, 70%, is nonverbal communication. You look at how a person looks, whether he's feminine or not, whether he or she is showing herself off, screaming at the microphone, proving how strong or how smart he is. Uh, you could probably make a correlation that only 30% out of 100 that are subscribed hear about you as a content creator, about your content, the actual context that you share with people. And maybe only 10% of people use and apply this content that you share with them in their real life, okay? The rest, 70% or more, of the crowd doesn't care about the content as a substance, okay, the value that you provide, or the content and the intentions that you have. Okay, so the stats is relative here because it's like everybody's going to have a slightly different statistics out there. Okay, so you can challenge on me on that one. Yeah, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for watching. Thank you for appreciating the actual content, because when I receive the messages that are irrelevant to the topics that we are covering here on elenasbarre YouTube channel, I just ignore them because I don't want to engage into delusional messages that people telling me, oh, you are not woman like, or you are not, I'm like, how is this relevant to the topic that I try to bring up to your attention, guys? Okay, I'm going to ignore these irrelevant comments. So please, if you have something of value to add to our discussions, feel free to do so. I will engage in that. But I'm going to disregard all of the personal attacks and like when you tell me my hair looks horrendous, oh, my eyes pop up into different like, did you hear what I just told you? Okay, then your quality followers will be more engaged and appreciated on elenasbarre YouTube channel. I keep saying it over and over again. I wish I had fewer subscribers, but more engagement, guys, because I'm trying to bring awareness to you and I'm trying to see how you think. Okay. Okay, people subscribe because they see how many people are already subscribed. This is the psychology of conformity. Monkeys see, monkeys do. People are lacking objectivity in their judgment. They are lacking critical thinking skills. And a lot of content creators take advantage of that. So, guys, stay with us. We are going to introduce you into some critical thinking skills today. What we do here is very valuable and beneficial for the society. Nobody wants to share this information for free. And look, guys, I have a degree in communications and mass media. I took a course. It was reason and argument course with an asshole teacher who was the lawyer and who was beating like literally the shit out of our arguments, out of our reasons, because he wanted us to be critical thinkers. And this was the best course from all of the other courses that I've taken there. No, seriously, it's the most useful course that I apply in my life. This is why I'm telling you, stay with us. Good. And here we are going to explore why does human behavior change? What triggers the change in the human behavior? Because we can blame it all on female nature, male nature. Yes, sure. But the question is that when people need to, they revert to their baseline, to their nature, because their delusions fall apart. So what triggers them to change from their core nature to behave in a certain way, to contradict their nature, and what triggers them to revert back to it? Okay, this is what I'm curious. And if you want to collaborate and dive in deeper, you can take it and use it in your work. Yeah, just share your work with me because I'm curious what you will find there. Okay, this is what we are going to try to find out today. What factors trigger the change in human behavior? So there were a lot of studies done. Pavlov did the study on dogs. So what he found, he was trying to see why the salivation happens in dogs, and what he did was really funny. So dogs want food, right? They get hungry. So every time they saw they smelled the food, they would produce saliva. But then he noticed, see, this is the observation. You need to observe what happens around you. You can't just rely on what is being presented to you already. You need to observe people's behavior. So he observed dogs' behavior. He saw that the dogs produce saliva not just when they see the food, but when people around are like carrying the food, not when the food, when they are eating the food, you know, not only when they get the food, but also when they watch people around having the food, you know. So this
I
is
think,
what.
yeah, just to interrupt, sorry, but the experiment that was noticed he'd ring like a bell or something before giving the food, and so then the dogs would start salivating just from hearing that bell ring.
Yeah. Feel free to add
yeah.
in. Yeah, Melody, thank you, because you have actually the biology degree, so it's very interesting. And Sam, you also, you know, I'm introducing you guys. I don't want to spend too much time because it's very wordy, and I just want to kind of go through it. There was another also experiment here. Yeah, it's positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, then positive punishment, negative punishment. So you train your dog to grab the newspaper by offering him or her a treat and pat on the head whenever he brings the newspaper. And then so you praise people, right, for good behavior. This is what needs to be done, because we are lacking that today. We don't see a lot of good behavior. We don't see a lot of good content. People don't praise it because people don't really know. They can't detect it, right? So what we do, we are reinforcing the bad behavior in people. We are praising the bad behavior. And then negative reinforcement, a professor waves the final exam for any student that came to class. In this case, students are reinforced to attend class regularly. It is negative reinforcement from psychological viewpoint, but it brings it leads to good results. It leads to the results that people need, because students need to attend the class if they are signed up for the class, right? So in the end, it led to better results. And then positive punishment. Your friend drives 30 miles per hour over the speed limit and receives a hefty ticket from a police officer. Yes. Bad behavior should be punished. It should not be praised. It should not be celebrated. You see? And negative punishment. A young boy doesn't clean up his toys after playing with some friends, so his parents don't let him watch TV for 2 days. This is what needs to happen in our society. See, so that we don't just encourage people to behave in a bad way, because if we tell to women, or if we still let's get to the intersexual dynamics, right? If we only see women showing up on these fancy podcasts, you know, and those women do not behave in a decent way, they don't bring any value, then why are they there? What are they doing there? You know, they still
Entertainment.
entertainment, yes, but then we have to draw the line, like where do we, what's the purpose? Do we try to educate people and bring more awareness, or do we try to entertain people? You know, this is
Well,
what.
I think there's something to be said for having, because the whole entertainment thing is, if you're able to use the entertainment as a mechanism to expand your views and get people to watch something that they would have never watched, they might be exposed to something that they wouldn't have otherwise been exposed to. So it kind of goes both ways. Yeah, it's just kind of red meat, but at the same time, if someone's going to learn something, or at least be like open the door to curiosity about something just because it was entertaining, then yeah, I mean it's not nearly as valuable as like reading a bunch of books and educating yourself on it.
Yeah,
But
well, because TLDR applies everywhere. Nobody wants to spend time to watch the full content. We only have 3 people joining us, guys, and yeah, we have 3 comments. Let's check them. Hi, accounting ship, good to see you. Yes, I have some piano community guys here. Hi, Elena. Hi, Robert. Good to see you too. Okay, let's bring them up here. Guys, thank you for joining. Interesting points you brought up since I tuned in 10 minutes ago. Thank you, Angus. Yeah. Not watching TV is more of a reward than a punishment these days. But yeah. Yeah.
That's true.
Thank you, guys. The problem is that, yeah, we need to draw a line. Where do we start educating people? Because even when they are showing up for the entertainment, I have nothing against the entertainment if it serves the purpose, right? If it's educational. But the problem is that the conclusions that people might draw from those shows that have dual purpose, let's say, um, um, it's like, is it what you really want people to get after the show, or do you actually want people to improve and work on themselves? Like, what's your purpose as a content creator? What's your mission as a content creator? Do you try to bring awareness to people? Do you try people to get better, to do better, or do you want people to just keep watching your shows so that you get more views? And then it becomes about you. It becomes about you as a content creator, like self-gain interest. We will get to the what defines good content versus not so good content in terms of quality in the next couple slides, I think. Okay, here are just a few more facts what changes human behavior. You can check out this study that has been done. It's about the obesity and the food choices that people make. Okay, it's really small, so I'm going to lean in forward here so that I can point out a few things here. So the family matters. Who surrounds you, basically the social cultural impacts that people have from their views. And if it's socially approved that it's okay to be. Can you hear me, guys, if I lean forward?
You're quieter.
Okay, sorry.
I can still hear you.
You can still hear me. Okay, good, good. Because I can't really read. I wanted to put it there, but then I was like, okay, how am I supposed to read it? Yeah, it's an extract from the study, okay, that I highly encourage you to check. Yeah. What was it? Social environment can impact the development of emotions, conditions, and behavioral patterns. The social cognitive theory addresses the complex interactions between mood and behavioral patterns. Emotional eating, depression, effects on perceived hunger. How the family environment influences an individual's behavioral patterns. I brought you the example. I saw a very fat, obese lady in the bakery store with a guy. And I was just amazed how I couldn't tell her anything that, sweetie, you shouldn't be eating another cake. So he encourages, by not bringing it up to her attention, he encourages her to eat that cake, to be more obese, to be more unhealthy. And those people who tell that fat is good, you just love your body. Body positivity scam. We've talked about it on Elena's Bar YouTube channel. Guys, go check out the longer format videos, please, before you comment. It just encourages women and men also to be fat, to be more unhealthy. From anatomical standpoint, from medical standpoint, how is this healthy? Why is this being encouraged? The message that they are sending. Okay.
Well, I would believe that the guy probably also, in that case, doesn't want to rock the pussy boat. But
yeah, well, yeah, but like at what expense? Yeah, this woman is going to die early on. The rate she's going, he's not going to enjoy her pussy anymore longer if she keeps it up. I mean, come on, dude, you will have to find another pussy. If if you help your woman to die sooner, if you encourage her to be diabetic, and chances are she is not going to live very long. And then how long will you have that pussy for? I mean, seriously, just think about it. Okay, then Social cognitive theory in psychology recognizes the influence of sociocultural factors on the individual's healthy lifestyle habits. Knowledge about healthy lifestyle and feeling about weight and healthy behaviors, emotions. In some social learning theory and the upgrade social cognitive theory focuses on the reciprocal interactions between the factors which are hypothesized to determine behavioral change. If people are not encouraged to behave better, they are not going to. And we will dig into the content, into the specific examples. You will see what I'm trying to show you here, okay? I'll give you the examples of, you can read through, I just don't want to spend too much time on this. Yeah, but if society and family members, media, all of it doesn't inspire people to take better rational choices in their lives, people are not going to. Okay. And then the behavioral change, it's a long process. It seems daunting and many people find it difficult. It's important to remember that change is a process and not a one-off event that we see is being sold and pushed. It can be difficult to make large changes in one step, but breaking up a large goal into smaller parts takes planning and commitment. Yeah. And what else here? Yeah, this is from this source, Positive Psychology, guys. Go check it out. Yeah. It's a lot of information. Help. Okay, and then the factors that help with behavior change include the goals should be as specific as possible, not vague. The goal should be in the immediate, to be immediate rather than distant future. The reason for behavior change should be for positive gain rather than the loss of a negative. And then the reason for behavioral change should be for learning rather than for performance and achievement. And like, I agree partly with what they are saying here, because yeah, the goals should be specific. The goals should be immediate rather than the distant future. This one is tricky because it kind of contradicts the first statement here when they're saying that the goals, like if you want the results, you need to work on them, and they're going to take you time. There is no shortcut. And this is what we see on social media is being pushed today. The goals are immediate, like you get what you want, like immediately. We will get into the advertising and strategies that people use. And yeah, the goal should be immediate rather than distant.
Do you guys remember the SMART goals? Like, I can't remember, but it was like, it needs to be specific, measurable, I forget A and R.
Oh yeah, SMART. Yeah, it should be smart, specific, measurable. Let's dig in.
Yeah, I'm blanking on the A, but yeah, I feel like that's always a good, because yeah, the whole like the goal should be in the immediate rather than distant future. That
Yeah, specific, measurable, achievable, something that you can achieve. Like, so you have to be more objective to realize whether you can achieve it or not. You have to turn your critical thinking skills to be able to do that. Relevant to your circumstances, and then time bound. Yeah, there should be a time limit, but when it comes to fitness, you need to make fitness a lifestyle, because if you are falling for the short-term things, they will prevent you from doing fitness on a regular basis. You will just be doing one program, then you'll switch to another program, or you won't do it at all. Okay, and this is what we see is happening. So yeah, it's a tricky one. Let's move on. What factors trigger the change in human behavior? It's understanding consumer behavior. Now we are looking at it from the marketing standpoint, guys, and we are getting into towards the advertising. Okay, understanding consumer behavior. Business cannot be effective and profitable without a commitment to understanding its consumer psychological processes. If an organization fails to speak to customers' inspirations, fears, and perceptions, then its messaging is unlikely to resonate and trigger a biased decision. It's manipulation. Okay, guys, so that you know. Marketers
But everybody wins. It's for, if you're selling a product that helps somebody.
well,
then
right, but
so
you have
good.
to. I'm not saying that. Look, there are a lot of content creators that are good, that are objectively producing value. Okay, Ship is here. Let's put him here. Actionable. Yes, thank you, Ship. Yeah, we should check the. I should check the the chat here. Achievable. Yes, actionable, achievable. And you got to solve coffee at these things if I'm gonna need to think back to my college days. Yeah. Welcome back to the basics. Yeah, if you are objectively providing value, if you are educating people, if you are challenging people to make better rational choices in their lives that will lead to better outcomes, yeah, if there are good content, it's okay. You just need to find the balance in there. You can't just oversell it. I see a lot of overselling happening with the content creators. They are just so concerned about their own thing that they're trying to push on people. No, you need to provide value first. And then if people find value in it, ideally, you shouldn't be asking people for money. They should realize that, oh, okay, this content is worthy of my time, of my commitment, of my investment into this content. Like, you shouldn't be pushing it too much, Yeah, there are good content creators. They can use these tactics too because they work. They work on people. We're just bringing some light to people so that they understand what is happening there. Again, then marketers reinforce positive beliefs, positivity. They shape emerging habits with new or improved offerings. Sustain new habits using contextual or data-driven insights, like science, or even not refer people to the resources, to the actual scientific papers, because who wants to read the actual scientific papers? They are boring. They're so boring. Melody has done it. I have done it to some
I'm a boring person though, so
you may not find them as boring if your goal is to focus on science and just, really understand why things happen the way they happen, right? But a lot of people are looking for the shortcut, somebody who presents them this information in a nutshell. They don't want to invest their time into finding out for themselves. They would much rather listen to somebody who will tell them what to think and how to think about it. You see the problem here? Yeah, this is why Rollo always keeps saying, like, go find it for yourselves, guys. I keep telling you the same thing. Go find. I'm just directing you. What we do here, it's not like a science research paper. No, we are just elaborating. We are speculating here, But it could be a good speculation that would inspire you, but it could be a bad speculation that would mislead you. We don't tell you how you should be feeling about things. You can determine it for yourself based on the information that you find that is being shared with you. But the problem is that we have the lack of quality in the information that is being shared, the lack of quality in the content creation world that is being produced. That people, even if they try to find, they go and they're like, wow, but this guy says otherwise. And there are the majority of guys who say that just because most people are promoting this positivity, the beliefs, and feels before reals, Guys, it doesn't make it good content. And you need to challenge, you need to question whether what they're producing actually helps people and actually is the truthful information. This is what your critical thinking skills are for. You can't trust 100% what people are saying to you. You need to verify it. But again, in order to verify it with good sources, you need to know what to look for. Sustain the new habits using contextual or data-driven insights. Yes. Adjust messaging to resonate with consumer mindsets. Yes, because
Tell them what they want to hear.
What are you saying, dear? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Basically, that sounds like just tell them what they want to hear so that they like you more.
Yeah.
It's just resonating. It's not telling them what they want to hear.
Yeah, it just sounds nice, you know, and they feel like, oh, somebody agrees with me finally. Because they revert to that kind of victimhood. Maybe in the childhood they saw that they were abused, or maybe they were objectively abused, you know, and they think of themselves as victims. And then finally somebody tells me what feels nice, you know, what makes me feel good, what makes me feel right, you know? Yeah. Everything is manipulation.
Change is difficult and people are resistant to change. And so it's, you know, anytime you say something that makes people think like, oh, maybe should I change this part? It's like it's going to be met with resistance, whereas, you know, you tell them something that kind of goes with their pre-established, you know, mindset, then it's real easy for them to just kind of get, you know, caught up in that current because there's, you know, they're not resisting in any way. Right?
Yeah. If you don't resist the information that you're being told, you will be misled. You have to question what you hear, but you have to ask the right kind of questions. And you can only do that if you open your eyes and observe. In addition to listening to people, what people say, you need to analyze what is happening in our society. Or what is happening within your own life, really. Do the messages that they send out to you, how do they reflect on your life? You know, this is what you should be questioning yourselves, guys. Okay, and then analyze consumer behaviors and belief system at a granular qualitative level. Yeah, sure, so that they can push more. See, guys, I'm not against advertising being used for selling good products that actually help people, good services that help people, that educate people, right? What I don't like to see is how people are being brainwashed, how people are being told how they should feel and what they should do. And, you know, it's a different level of propaganda, I should say, or indoctrination. You know, when you don't just use advertising to sell like the services, but you also tell people how they should feel about everybody else, you know. So you decide for people how they should behave. You decide for people what people should do. Okay, so now let's look at good, trustworthy, reliable content. It's based on the objective criteria. It's based on the objective facts. Good writing, clear message, and original thinking. It provides subjective value to people. It educates people, not just selling your product, as I mentioned before. It helps people to solve real problems. It motivates, inspires people to get better, to improve, and work on themselves. It's questioning your own assumptions. A lot of content creators don't want to question their own assumptions. A lot of fitness content creators, I was challenging them in particular. They don't want to do that because if they do that, they will lose the cloud, you know, because they will have to reconsider their message. And then supporting your claims and statements with good reasons. Yes, we are lacking a lot of that today. It's all about I feel. Connecting data with theory, fundamental principles, matching it with reality. Also, not just data pillaging. I hope I spelled it right. That leads to nonsense. The more whiskey I drink, the more Twitter followers I get. This is just an example. Flimsy attempts to be scientific. Yeah, to sound scientific, appeal to authority. Yeah, we call it scientism. It's all about like popularity, you know. Present your hypothesis and discover if it's true through research, analysis, and observation. Yes, you need to analyze what is happening. You can't just, even if you dig up some old study and you refer people to the study. The problem is that people throw statistics. What I see, even in the manosphere, what is happening right now, it's like people just throw these numbers at each other. Like, what do these numbers imply? Have you bothered to even read the study that you're talking about? Like, why was the study constructed that way? What was the study trying to find? What were the flaws in the study? It's always described towards the end, you know, in the conclusion section. Like when you read a research paper, so you have the abstract, then you have the study, they describe it to you. And then in the end, like the flaws, what else could be explored? What else should people be talking about and thinking about? What else people should research? And this is where I see people are lacking. They don't go through the full studies. They just go through the the statistical charts. Oh, not charts. Oh gosh, what is it called? Melody. Tell me.
Well, there's charts and graphs usually.
Charts and graphs. Yes, thank you.
But
Yeah.
a lot of people just read through the abstract, you know, because that's usually like the paragraph summary. But like you're saying, you really don't get the because pretty much every paper that's well written is going to say like, you know, we didn't, you know, isolate this factor from this factor. Like it was a very small sample size, and like, you know, further research needs to be done, like with these modifications in order to support this, and like, you know.
But the good content is the content that admits that it can be wrong. It can be wrong. It means that the assumptions can be misleading.
Yeah, it's realistic about its limitations.
Yeah, the limitations. You need to. Yeah, there are certain strengths. The SWOT, you know, the SWOT analysis, the strengths, the weaknesses. Okay, and then admits that he or she is not perfect and can improve the content. See, guys, we don't hate on you here. We just say that you can produce good content, you can produce bad content. It's like you can behave in a good way, you can behave in a bad way. It's up to you how you choose to behave. But the bad behavior should be called out. And this is what we are doing here. Okay? And then good content creator, and you can do the same thing. Call out if we mislead you in certain way, or if we don't keep our promises, bring it up, okay? Call it out, because this leads to better objective society. Okay, we have a comment here. Let me not ignore this one. So I don't want guys to disappear actually reading the study. I thought that's what peer reviews was for. Yes, Ship. Nobody is reading the studies today, the actual studies. Even people who are in psychology, who are talking about psychology and relationships, and it's like, come on, guys.
Well, even some things that are like peer reviewed, it's like these days you can just pay for that. You know, like it's like pay to publish in like, you know, a scientific, and there's with like online publishing and stuff, there's so many like journals, you know, it's like which ones are actually credible and which aren't, you know. So like just because it's peer reviewed, like depending on who's doing the peer reviewing, what the motivation is behind it, like it may or may not mean anything. So, which is unfortunate because, you know, it used to be that things that are peer reviewed, it's like you can pretty much trust like, okay, this was gone over by a bunch of like leading experts in the field, and they've all agreed that it's legitimate, valid, well done research. And now it's just kind of, yeah, you really have to have if it's a scientific paper, you have to have a good background in science to go over the entire thing, pretty much, unfortunately.
Yeah, nobody wants
yeah.
to spend that much time on reviewing the study. But without doing that, without actually doing the work, there is no improvement. And people don't really want to do that kind of work because they would much rather spend time on social media, screaming at the microphone, showing themselves off how great they are. It's easy. It gives them what they want, but the actual work needs to be done. And there are only a few content creators who are doing it. Yeah. I'm not calling myself a gosh, I can't talk today. A scientist. I'm not calling myself that. I'm just, guys, I'm pointing you out to the right direction where you can find more research and you can do more homework. Okay, if you want to. I'm doing my homework. I'm putting these things together and absorbing as much content as I can and analyzing it. It takes a lot of time too, but I'm also not a scientist. Science guru. Thank you. Yeah, he watched all of my guru debunking videos. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Shiv. Okay, let's move on. Good content listens to people's constructive feedback. How many people do that? How many people actually go through their comments and read them in full length? Not that many. This is why I wish I actually had fewer subscribers, because when people are writing you very long comments, they can be very good comments. People bring up very valuable points that you probably would have ignored if they didn't draw your attention to those points. You see? Yeah. I wish people didn't chase as much cloud as they do. And trust me, like, cloud is necessary. Yes, you need the audience to listen to you, to bring more awareness, to share the truth. But like, it shouldn't be your main focus. If you are trying to produce value, if you are trying to bring awareness and share the truth with people, cloud is not your main focus. And then provide resources to the resources you use in your content. These resources help you to create your videos. Therefore, give credit to the work that you are using. Give credit to the statements and phrases you are using in your work to other content creators so that people could go check them out for themselves. And they could make up their own mind about things. Okay, do research before publishing your content. Learn about the platforms, what kind of content those platforms promote. This is what Melody was kind of saying, that if you are publishing it in the magazines, in the newspapers, find out about the platforms, find out about these means of communication. What target audience they talk to. For example, you will never see me on TikTok. Never. There are certain platforms I'm just not going to be on. OnlyFans. Never.
I mean, if you want to reach a younger crowd.
Younger crowd with horny dudes out there. No, thanks. I don't need that. But see, the problem is that people stop questioning why things happen, and then they fall for what everybody else is doing. So they see other women, for example, in the case of the OnlyFans, the flashing their lifestyle, how cool it is. Like they get how much money they get paid for. And then women go for that because they see the results of other women. They see the outcomes of other women and they want it too. Monkeys see, monkeys do. But then I was recently watching the videos that a lot of girls get frustrated with the OnlyFans, and they started to realize how damaging and destructive it is. Even though it brings them money, even though they enjoy the short-term benefits of it, but you ladies need to see the future. You need to. Nobody can predict the future, right? So you can get close with your predictions, but you need to anticipate what kind of outcomes your actions will have on you and the future generation.
Well, and people also, I mean, they just kind of focus on people who have been successful, but there's a whole lot of women with like OnlyFans accounts, like doing whatever, and they're only making, you know, a couple $100 a month. Like, you don't hear about that, you don't see that, because like they're obviously not popular, so they're not well known, and you know their lack of success therefore is not well known. But it's probably more likely to be unsuccessful on OnlyFans than it is to be bringing in like
Yeah.
6 figures a month for sure.
But they only see the successful models out there because this is what is being shown. And the problem that I brought up to Rollo, okay, I was thinking that the fact that the girls are the OnlyFans girls, right, who sell themselves, who are not very high value, let's say. I'm not saying they're bad, evil people. Don't take it personally, guys. But they made their choice earlier in life to pursue that kind of path that has led them to be not high value. And then they get the clout, they get what they want. This shows to other women that it's okay to be like that OnlyFans girl because I'll still get what I want. And the idea that is being sold on these women, like to chase the money, to chase the clout, why is it being sold to them? This is what we need to question. And also women see what other women get and they want it for themselves, so they behave the same way. So we are encouraging the bad behavior by the actions, by exposing these women publicly. There is no counter action, there is no counterbalance to it. And what men also consume is that they see that these low value women who sell their bodies to multiple men, right, who are effectively prostitutes, they get still the high value men attention. You know, they get what they want. And what they want is they want more attention, they want more clout for themselves, they want more money for themselves. And the high value men help them get it. So, yes, I get it. It's entertaining. It's better than nothing. Otherwise, people wouldn't watch the shows if it was like boring, like this presentation, for example. I'm bringing it to you. It's going to be more fun, guys. I promise. Just stay with us, please. Okay? I promise you it's going to be more fun. But we need to break down the basics. The basics first so that people understand. We need to encourage people to educate themselves. You know, instead of just eyeballing, because it doesn't lead to the I see how people behave. You can kind of draw the conclusion that yes, the content we produce impacts the lives of people. It impacts the life choices of people, because men still choose to support, to behave in a maybe subservient way, you know, to please those women. And the women don't have any incentive for improvement because they're not being, it comes down to that positive, negative reinforcement. You see, we need to show to women what it is to be a better woman. This is what needs to happen. If we want the change in our society, we need to present the opposing view here, ladies. This is how you should be behaving if you want to get the benefits. Being a wife now, being a traditional woman, right? And I'm not even talking about the tretcons. Yes, they are infused with feminism. Everybody is, okay? Everybody is a feminist. If you are born after the 1970s, and if you went to school after the 1970s, you are a feminist to some extent. I'm a feminist, to some extent. It's impossible to avoid it. We can't undo the technologies, the hormonal birth control. We can't undo the internet, the social media. We have to find the common ground. This is, I think this is what is going to happen. I don't know when exactly, but it needs to happen. That, yes, looking for the ideal representation of a woman, you won't find it. Yeah, the traditional conservative women have their issues, but they might be more understanding. You might be able to share the truth with them and see how they take it. Yeah. Because and see if they behave differently than those women. This will only prove your theory. It will only prove your hypothesis that like all women are the same. Go show the difference. How are different kinds of women who don't associate themselves with the sluts? Like, I have nothing against the sluts. They're still women in the end. They were brainwashed in behaving that way. I think we can make that kind of assumption. I'm not saying that it's the fault of only the fault of the society and the media, the other content creators, the other women, because women don't challenge themselves. They don't challenge what they see until it's too late. They don't turn their brain on to analyze. It involves the critical thinking skills that we are trying to promote here. They don't do it. So, but is it like 100% their fault, just their fault for not doing it? Or it's something else that triggers that kind of behavior?
You could almost parallel that into, on the men's side too. It's like for anybody to be motivated enough to change something, they need to be motivated to do that. So, like, why would women change what they're doing when they're already getting the results they want?
Yeah.
And the same would be true for men. It's like if there are conditioned men who are already sort of getting what they think they want, until life slaps them in the face and tells them what reality is,
Yeah.
they're going to keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
So
that's true, and this is why we see a lot of older women in their 40s waking up to what is happening, because the lies that they have been told do not match their reality. They realize, oh, I can't find a guy anymore. Nobody is looking at me the way that they used to look at me when I was 20. Yeah, this is what is going to happen to you. And then Sheep also wrote, women on OnlyFans are because social media entrepreneur sounds more respectable than prostitute. Yeah, like social media entrepreneur, you can almost like equal prostitute. Look, guys, if you ask like my honest opinion, okay, a lot of ladies will disagree with me. All women are that to some extent. I'm that too. The difference is whether a woman sells herself to one man, it makes her a wife, it makes her a marriageable material, right? Or whether she sells herself to multiple men. What is happening right now on social media, women are selling themselves to multiple men. Therefore, they're prostitutes, right? A woman selling herself to one man, it's a questionable statement, you could argue that. You could say that no, if a woman commits to one man, she wants to be a wife because this is what she is programmed to do by her DNA, by her female nature. She's just doing what she's supposed to do by her nature.
Well, I mean, when you like consider the cost of like getting a wife versus the cost of like subscribing to a few OnlyFans accounts, like wife is actually much more expensive, I'd say on average.
Yeah,
So
it's definitely a commitment from men too. So ladies say like, oh, I need to commit to a guy, and we will check the misleading male gurus for women who are promoting that a man should commit to you and blah blah blah. Like, yeah, you are only saying one side of the story, you know. It's so incomplete, ladies. Yeah, lease versus buy. Chick is saying. Yeah, you are leasing. you are leasing the OnlyFans girls, right? Are you implying that? Yeah. Tell me what you think about it. You are leasing the
well, it's more of
OnlyFans
like
girls, and you're buying yourself a wife. In the end, you get what you pay for.
Assuming you buy an asset, not a liability.
Right. A wife can be an asset. But ladies, we need to work on ourselves. We need to prove ourselves that we are an asset, not a huge liability and expense in the man's eyes. Men don't mind spending money on a woman. If a woman represents what a man wants, that's okay. But when you just say that, oh, this post that I recently debunked, a woman was saying, I'm an investment. I'm not an expense. I'm like, okay, you called yourself an investment. Do you even know the definition of investment? No, seriously. Like, if you call yourself that, do you know the meaning of that word? Investment implies that you can get your resources back and gain some profit out of that investment. Therefore, it's investment project, right? What's the rate of return on that investment? And this is what I was asking people. And I didn't come up with that shit. And then the comments that I got for that, just questioning and challenging people's messages. You are too dehumanizing. This sounds so mean and harsh. I mean, I didn't come up with this stuff. Guys, you did. Or whoever made that statement that women are an investment. You are not an investment. You are not an expense. You are an investment. Okay. What's the rate of return on that investment? If all a man gets is like self-love and like, oh, me, the solipsism, the self-focused woman, how good of the investment is this woman for the man?
well, even in terms of like, I don't know, like skills, it seems like, I mean, you look at back in the prairie days, like, you know, Oregon Trail is like women could make their own yarn and then knit their own clothes out of that. Plus, like, take care of, you know, grow all the food that the family needs. Plus, like, do fence and home repairs. Plus, like, raise and educate the kids. And it's like, you know, a couple hundred years later, it's like you can dress skimpy, go on OnlyFans. And
Where
not
did
that,
those
like,
girls go?
they're still out on the Oregon Trail. They died of cholera or something. I don't know. I mean, there's still definitely, like, you know, women who have skills that are, you know, useful life skills, not just like, oh, I'm into, you know, marketing or, yeah, social media entrepreneur, things that don't really, like, add to the quality of life to the people immediately around them. You know, there's certainly females who do have, like, life applicable skills, but yeah. Just,
I like the comment that Sheep left here for us. Guys, did you see the comment that Sheep left for us? The accounting Sheep? My lottery ticket is an investment. That's a good one. Okay, he left more.
Risk versus reward, that's all.
And won't take half of my stuff. Yeah. True. Risk and reward, you know. For men right now, the marriage that we do right now, I completely agree with Rollo Tomasi. Guys, go check the source. Go check out his books, go watch his live streams, ask him your questions. Women and men are better together than they are apart, but the way that we do marriage today, it only benefits women. It doesn't benefit men in any way. It's a lot of liability for men. Men lose access to their children. Then it's like, what's the point of getting married today for men? Unless you find a woman, but good luck finding a decent woman. This is what I'm saying, ladies. You need to prove yourself that you are good and decent, because there is so much damage that has already been done to the society. Men just check out. Hello? Sam, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Melody. Her sound has disappeared. She has some sound problems, I think, today. Yeah, men just check out. They don't want to deal with women anymore. They go to the black pill that tells them, oh, never deal with women. Right? And they talk to other men. They see what other men have been through. They don't want to deal with this. Okay, let's here. Good content encourages people to check the references that you provide. Do research before publishing. Good content manages its emotions. It's not about I feel. It acts against your own self-interest. It points you out to its own weaknesses. It's like pretty much like a good research paper or a good scientific paper. It invites people to the opposing views and to the discussion. It questions our assumptions. It's humble. Arrogance doesn't help. And let's move on, okay? So I hope that Melody will come back. Yeah, it's like misleading content sells you shit, and I couldn't. It didn't fit in here, so I mean, I have it on my PPT file, but when I try to put it here, it doesn't. So based on the emotions, feelings above rational reasoning and objective facts. So this is the misleading content, guys, for you. It sounds nice, and it inspires you to take unthoughtful decisions and fall for the delusional trap. For example, you are so deeply deserving to live the life you've always dreamed of. We've heard this message. I keep hearing it from fitness instructors, from yoga instructors, from content creators, from authors. If you analyze what is happening, we'll give you the specific examples later on. Sell your dream, something you want to hear. You are so perfect that the world should just give you what you want. You're so perfect, you deeply deserve this thing. It implies that the world will give you what you want. I'm just completing the sentences here, guys. And then personalization, sell you cute, fluffy story. Their story or somebody else's story. I tried so many things. Nothing worked. Nothing helped me until I found this product or service. These kinds of ads are being really prevalent on social media. Then repetition. When you hear it a million of times, it will stick to you and it will become your second nature or the truth for you. Therefore, we have my truth, your truth, somebody else's truth. Yeah, you're being brainwashed, guys. This is your truth. Oh, and when you try to bring awareness, what I often hear, like I point out to certain things with women and say, look, your reasoning is wrong, or your statement has flaws. What they say, oh, thank you for sharing your truth. Or when I just bring light on some topic, they say, oh, it's just your opinion, it's just your truth. Thank you for sharing your truth. This is what I often hear. I'm like, seriously? Okay. You don't know anything. Avoiding the truth and factual information. It takes time, consistency, hard work, devotion to be good at something or to achieve something. Even to produce good content, it takes a lot of time. Guys, it took me 3 days to make this presentation. Okay, just so that you know. Even if you do, okay, let me put Melody back. Sorry, dear, didn't see you right away. Even if you do everything, you still may not get what you want. You might get close to the ideal, but it's not going to be perfect, you know? And then avoiding the truth and factual information. This is what I said. Sorry, guys. Oversimplifying tells you how easy something is. If you just do these steps, you will get it, whatever you want. Just do this. Or this 3, 5, 7, 8, doesn't matter the number, steps will help you get what you want. Or like 5 steps to be successful. Or 10 steps to achieve this. All of these phrases are catchy. They are getting your attention because you don't want to invest the time into finding out what actually is, what actually matters. You know? If you can do it, if I can do it, this is my favorite in terms of fitness instructors. They are implying the false belief on you. If I can do it, you can do it. Yeah, a fitness instructor who most likely has been practicing fitness her entire life, who is flexible, who is strong. And then she says, if I can do it, you can do it. She gives people the false idea that people can do it too. But how can she do it if she has never seen people in real life? If she has never seen their body proportions, their anatomy, how can she tell those things? Look, even when I see people in real life, I can't tell them that. I can't sell them that message that like, oh, look, you can do it. Yeah, when I see that they are doing it, I'm going, yeah, good. Yeah, you're getting there. Like, you can do it. But it has to be verified first. How do they verify what they say? They don't. What else? If my grandma or mom, this is the recent one with the handstands. I saw this yoga instructor. He was selling his course for the handstands. If my grandma or mama can do it, can do a handstand, you can definitely do it. Like, yeah, if an obese woman watches this kind of content, the message that you're sending to her, and it's like, how is she going to do it if she has never done fitness in her life? Have you bothered to question yourself that? And then sells you fast results, gives the specific time frames prevalent in fitness, but also in other fields as well. I'm going to show you some examples from other fields. Just in 1 week, you will get what you want. Just in 1 week, you will become a lie detector. Guys, do you buy into this? Like, seriously?
I'm sold.
Would you buy the course if it told you, like, look, Sam, you can become an experienced lie detector in 3 days webinar?
You wouldn't?
Just in 3 days. No, I wouldn't. Okay. Oh, guys, please like, share, and subscribe. Okay, this is just a reminder from Nightbot. Shouldn't grandma be teaching the course instead? Yes, exactly. Like, if she's a grandma, this is a great point. Accounting shift, thank you. I love your comments. Yeah, like if she can do it, like she should be teaching the course to all the women how to be.
Oh, is my internet acting up again?
Could be.
After you take this course, you'll know I was lying to you. Yeah.
So far, I've not had the misfortune myself to purchase one of those courses being lied to, but
Yeah, there are a
They're out
lot of them.
there.
I mean, they can teach you the basics, but guys, if you don't apply the knowledge in practice, if you don't challenge yourself and others, if you are not a critical thinker, if you turn your neocortex brain function off and just rely on your emotions, rely on your feelings. Yes, what we are doing here, we are trying to turn your neocortex brain function effectively, okay, by inspiring you to think critically. But if you default to the emotions and to the feelings, you will not be a critical thinker, because you have to keep consuming this kind of content. You have to keep educating yourself. Look, it's just an example, okay? I've been in the red pill for over 3.5 years, of almost 4 years now. I was watching a lot of the content that guys were producing. At first, it hurt. It does hurt at first to hear these things. But the more you consume it, the more you just dive into it and challenge yourself, you know? Analyze how it applies in your life. The more you are going to see the truth for what it is. And you will start seeing it elsewhere. You will start seeing it around. People are telling you bullshit all the time. It doesn't have to be on social media. It doesn't have to be the media. It doesn't have to be the content creators. It could be your family members. You're going to catch their bullshit also. You know, it's like everyone, really. So people will lose ability to manipulate you because you become strong and rational. You become a critical thinker.
I feel like a lot of times those emotional like responses come from when really deep down you know that you're wrong and you can't rationally justify your beliefs or your actions. And so then someone coming at you with that is like, yeah, it's upsetting. But if you do have like good, rational, reasonable, you know, and like you just know that you're objectively right, it's like people can say whatever they want and it just bounces off you, you know?
It does. Yeah.
Like, at least, I don't know. That's what I've seen and experienced personally. So
this is why when I hear comments such as, you don't care what I feel. Yeah, I really don't. I don't care what you feel. What I care about are your actions, your behavior. I care how you think. You know, I don't care what you feel. Because like why should I care what you feel? Why should anybody care what you feel, honestly? This oversold idea of feelings, feels. And when we engage with the feelings of the people, I feel, we allow them, we operate under their frame, under their emotional frame that they indulge on everyone. They want you to get to their manipulations. It's like you're talking to a narcissistic person. Maybe not a great example, but I mean, just so that you understand, like they always try to get attention for themselves. They always try you to get off balance, to get off the right track, you know, like to get off the truth and objectivity out there. Because when they drag you emotionally in, then they can manipulate you. And to some extent, this is what I see is happening in the manosphere right now, sadly, you know, because men are defaulting to the female primary agenda, you know, the female framework, even though they promote the masculinity, even though they say that the fact that they even bother to talk to women, to delusional women about these topics, you know, to women who, you know, manipulate, like feel. The fact that they react to that. You guys are speaking different language, and this is what I was trying to bring up with my earlier work. I was saying that the language of rationalism should be talking to the language of rationalism. Ignore the emotional part of it. you know, because you won't win there. You won't win there. And these ladies, like the ones who come to the shows, for example, it's like you are lucky to get through some of them. If they cry on the shows, yes, it's a good reaction. Maybe she will realize, maybe she will adjust her life choices, but it can be too late to adjust your life choices, ladies. It depends on when you start realizing this. If you are still buying into this bullshit that is being sold to you, chances are you will become old and it will be too late for you to do anything to fix your life. If you realize it at 40 years old, this is what women start to wake up to right now. When they can't attract guys anymore, the guys of high value that women want are not interested in these women. They go for hotter, younger models. And these women are like, but I was told that if I do all of these things, I was told that if I pursue my career, if I follow my heart, if I chase the experiences, if I get a stable job, become strong and independent woman, buy myself a car, a dog, and a house, the right man will be waiting for me there. I'm like, yeah, this is what you are being told to. But the fact that you bought into these lies speaks for the lack of your critical thinking skills. Yes, you are being manipulated. This is why we encourage you to turn your neocortex brain function to be able to detect that. Be a critical thinker, question. Observe what other women are going through. Analyze the social media, analyze the behavior of other people. What are they trying to sell to you? Yeah, it's frustrating. And to see what happens. Yeah, and I see the men in the manosphere, they engage in, they operate under the female primary still. Do you get it, Sam? I mean, to some extent.
Oh yeah, I've had
Yeah.
my fair share of experiences. I've learned my lessons.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we are trying to bring awareness, we are trying to bring the truth, but then we need to stay objective. You know, we have to disregard the bullshit. And I know it makes a good show. I know it's entertainment. But what is the ultimate purpose that we are trying to achieve here? Are we aiming for the entertainment and for the cloud, for ourselves, as self-interest, like, you know, that you get more likes, more validation? Or are you trying to actually bring more awareness and the truth to people?
Do you
Because,
think there's anything wrong with both?
well, you mean both in what sense?
Well, so I mean, ultimately, every action we all choose to do is ultimately for ourselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it. And there are different levels of that. But do you think that it's bad that somebody would have let's say a YouTube channel promoting healthy educational content and stuff like that? Do you think it'd be bad if they were doing it for both reasons, both because they wanted to help people and because it made them feel good about sharing their?
I'm saying
Yeah,
that
I know.
it should be balanced, you know, it should be balanced. We need to find the balance. I'm not saying that like self-interest is bad or anything. I'm just saying that, yeah, we all need money, right? In the end, it comes down to like everybody needs to pay their bills, and I understand it. But we need to educate people so that people can make a objective judgment call on the content that they see, so that they can appreciate the content that brings them value. The truthful value is not being sold right now. What red pill guys are trying to do, they are trying to encourage people to, you know, accept the truth, but they are struggling. I have been struggling with this thing too. When I was talking to women, people don't consume it, but then you have to ask yourself why people don't consume that content. And then it leads you to the answers such as, it's not the only answer, you can bring up your ideas, guys. They are being manipulated, they are lacking critical thinking skills to detect the manipulations. you know. I'm not trying to throw the conspiracy theory like who benefits from misleading people or anything. Like I just know that there are lots of individuals, companies maybe out there. You can dig up, you know, go dig up. I don't think you will succeed because there is no concrete proof of it. But it makes sense, you know. It is what it is. And it can be used for good purposes, it can be used for bad purposes. I love certain content. I love certain type of content. I really support the content creators who I think are producing value, who are bringing value to the society. But a lot of people don't see it as value. This is why the truth is not being promoted. This is why the truth is not being encouraged, you know, by other content creators. They choose to lie to people to get what they want. When it's used for good purposes, to like educate people, to inspire people to do actions, you know, like giving people actionable advice if people need it, yes, it's okay. But when it's only about the entertainment, I'm not against the entertainment per se. You need to bring audience in, right? You need to attract the audience, but you have to always remember about what's the final goal that you're trying to achieve there. You know what I mean?
Sorry, my internet's just having issues today. It cut out for a minute, but I feel like it's kind of getting back to the whole emotional thing. And one of the things is just the oversaturation of content today. Like there's so much, there's something for everyone, and typically people are just going to return to things that back up their pre-existing beliefs. It's just kind of because then there's less resistance. They don't have to kind of reconsider their own frame of mind in the way that they've been living their lives, and that's more comfortable. And you know, living things like comfort, it's kind of built in. But it's when you get from like the actual like objective basics of like meeting your physical needs to crossing over into fulfilling your emotional wants, and that's where people tend to lose their objectivity, and then you get that, you know, confirmation bias, where if you just expose yourself to things that you agree with, you're going to honestly believe that that's a truth because you hear it over and
so
over
many
and over
times.
So often.
Yeah. Advertising. I started advertising back in college. We actually did advertising campaigns and PR campaigns, and they use these strategies. The problem is that when you use it to sell the good, to help the good product, the service, for good reasons, to help people, then it's okay. You can use it to bring more traffic, right? To let people know about this product and service. But when you use it for only your self validation, for your self-interest, to get more clout for yourself, so that you can get more money, you can get more power, that's where I'm trying to draw the line, you know, and say it's not a good thing. It's not healthy because it doesn't impact people to behave in a better way that would benefit people. You know, it only benefits you. And I'm Sam, I'm not against content creators using like subscribe, you know, or check this program and like selling their stuff. I'm doing it too. Look, guys, if you want to stay fit and healthy and committed to a fitness journey, go sign up, check out elenasbarre Patreon, please, if you find value from this channel.
You scammer!
Oh, wow. Okay. Really?
How dare you?
Yeah, I know, right? I know. Like in the end, everybody is trying to fold it towards their side, you know, like to some extent, me criticizing, you could make that statement that to some extent, me criticizing and pointing out the obvious to you guys, it's like I'm trying to drag more attention to my channel. but I'm also trying to educate you. Okay, you don't have to follow us for like fitness classes. In fact, I don't see a lot of people joining us for fitness classes. It frustrates me to no end because people could benefit from the fitness classes.
It
But
requires doing something.
yeah. Anyway, so it tells you the fast results. Just in 2 weeks, in 3 days, in a month, you will be able to do this. Or another one I like. You will become a confident yoga teacher in just 1 month after completing our yoga teacher training program. I keep getting these emails. I'm like, guys, if you want me to sign up for your program, you need to come up with something else, because this is such a cliche, you know, like, oh, confident, yeah, confident teacher. You won't be able to be a confident teacher without teaching.
Well, and some people just personality wise, like they can be, you know, teaching, like, what does that mean? Like one-on-one, like large group classes, like, it's something that like you can get more comfortable with doing. But I mean, some people, like with, you know, they could review like one yoga flow sequence, memorize it, and go out and confidently teach a large group class. Other people could spend 3 or 4 years like in, you know, teaching smaller groups and really like dedicated daily practice, and they're still like gonna be a little apprehensive about teaching a 50 plus, you know, very large group of students.
I don't want to have a very large group of people in the gym. I'm happy with the mini groups, because this means that I can provide better quality fitness instruction to them. Then larger group implies more responsibility and accountability, not just the money. You know, this is what people don't see. They see money, 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 the dollar signs in their eyes, and then it just floods your mind, guys. You can't just chase the money and the cloud. You know, the more people I get, the better. Well, yes, sure. Don't I want to have more people? Yes, sure. I want to have more people working out and joining, because I believe that it benefits the people. Yeah, if you pay me, I only have one Patreon member right now on like, how am I making money even on that thing? And like, how am I making money on this YouTube channel? I'm not monetized. I don't think I will be. I don't rely on YouTube and on social media as money extraction. You know, I make money elsewhere. I teach at the gyms, and I'm also married. My husband makes the money. It's like I don't rely on these platforms to make money. If you choose to support me, I'm grateful. I think it works like both ways. Yeah, you helped me a little bit. I hope that I helped you, right? There is the exchange of values here. But if it's just like me, I don't do it. You know, I'm a really bad salesperson. Like I'm horrible at sales. Yeah, I can help other people. You know, like, oh, you can say this, because I know the techniques that advertisers are using. Like, you can maybe like educate people. What I usually tell them, like, try to bring some truth, some light to the darkness where people don't know, or people are lacking information. It can't be just about, oh, if we put it all together, this would be like a cool message for you. You are so deeply deserving the lifestyle, la la la. I tried so many things and I couldn't find anything that worked for me until I found this specific service or thing. And what else? And if you just follow the steps that this service or thing is providing to you, you will be able to get the results in a few weeks, in a day, or whatever the time frame it is. So don't miss it out, guys. The next one is, don't miss it up. Hurry up. It's only available for 1 day. Get registered for this course. Buy this thing today, because then it leads us to the next one. You will be able to save. You will be able to save $10, or I don't know, like 15% off your purchase. Here you go. Here is the ad for you guys. A script. Then people
I'm taking notes.
Take your
I'm
notes.
taking notes.
Yes. Then people tweak it around. tweak it around, like add their personalization, like more story, more charisma to it, of course, you know. And then we see, tells you what you want to hear. You're so special, so unique. Everyone is special and unique, and you deeply deserve the things that you want. You are a valuable member of our society. People should love you for the way you are. You can do no wrong. You are special just the way you are. Okay, I've mentioned that one. And then we see a lot of spirituality scam going on here. Also, I criticize the content that has been produced by spiritual gurus, by the dating coaches, by the fitness instructors. This is what I do. I'm really passionate about it, guys. So spirituality encourages you to follow your heart, your emotions, and your feelings. Follow your heart. These are just the extracts that they might use. Pay attention to these phrases, guys. When you hear the messages from content creators, okay? Follow your heart, follow your dreams, listen to your inner self, which implies that you ignore everything else, right? You just go in, just breathe. I'm not saying that breathing is bad. Breathing exercises are beneficial, but like the way that they put it together for you, the way that they sell it to you, you know better. This is my favorite. You know better. So yeah, this also implies some arrogance and disregarding the views of other people, because you know deep inside, you know. And then positive vibes. Avoid negative people. Avoid people who challenge you. Avoid people who are trying to impose the rational critical thinking on you. You know why they do it, right? They do it because they will lose you as a client. They will lose you as an audience member if you start questioning, if you become a critical thinker. And then avoid people who disagree with you. Yeah, this all leads to delusion, don't you think? Nobody understands you better than you understand yourself. If you always wanted to be something or someone, you should pursue it. Guys, I'm giving you the examples. I hope that you can connect the dots. And when you hear similar messages, you will say, oh, I've heard it somewhere, right? And it's time for your dreams to come to life. Or it's time for your dreams to come true. They can rephrase it, okay? Manifest things into your life. Believe it, and therefore you will see it. This was actually the message that was taken from one of the yogic mediumship retreats by one yoga teacher. She effectively said that. And you will see a lot of it on Instagram, on social media. Everything comes from thoughts. This is another one of my favorites. Thoughts create everything. Yeah, sure, you can think, but if you don't do anything, you're not going to get it. So how do thoughts create everything? I don't understand. Explain to me if I'm missing some knowledge. Or what was it? Missing the knowledge of our inner true selves. Something from the previous video, Melody. Do you remember that girl who was?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact phrasing, but yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Go check out our longer format video, guys. We were debunking a lot of bullshit with Melody back then. Then positive thoughts attract positive things. Another one of my favorites. While negative thoughts attract negative things into your life. Bullshit.
Life's just negative.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just negative. You have to be objective to see life for what it is, to see the reality for what it is. And if you just pursue positivity, you will avoid the facts in your life. And then you will make decisions based on the positivity, based on the emotions, based on the feelings. These actions will lead you to bad outcomes that you might regret later on. Most definitely will. Yeah.
I'd have to say that all of this emotional, like, effectively emotional psychological manipulation for the
Yeah.
purposes of marketing and sales. I don't think there's anything objectively wrong with it, because if you are going to, because people buy on emotion, people usually don't buy on reason,
Yeah.
but they just rationalize it later. So, if you're trying to sell something that's good for somebody, you're going to have to sell them on the emotion to really like get them to buy most of the time.
Oh yeah,
But
definitely.
I think the important that the difference we're trying to make with this whole show here is that it's okay to understand or to be like emotionally manipulated into buying something, as long as you understand that it's happening to you.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely see. I buy things on emotion too, like eyeshadows, or like dress. I look and I'm like, okay, this girl looks cute in it. Maybe I will look cute in it too, And sure, why not? I buy stuff. I buy a lot of stuff. I buy a lot of fitness tools. Like whether I use them or not, like I'm obsessed with fitness tools. I like to try them out and see like why, what triggered it, like. Emotions probably, because I need the tools. No, I understand, and when I was buying, I understood that shit, I don't need this stuff, but I'm still going to buy it just because it looks cute, or just because I think I might use it in the near future. I may never use it. In fact, I just accumulate fitness tools. I don't really use them.
Well, especially when like grocery outlet has so many, like they're always getting all these little things in it. I'm the same way, because I'm like, oh, and there's even a couple like that little balance. Oh yeah, the little, I've got it right here.
I bought yesterday a bunch of tools too. Yes, this is the one I bought. Exactly the same one.
It's like $7 at gross out, like, because I'd seen yours. I was like, oh yeah, that would be really fun.
Yeah, I know it, and I know when it's being used on me. And sometimes I accept it. I say, yes, okay, I can let it happen to me, But you need to be mindful of that. This is all we are saying, that once you recognize the manipulation for what it is, yeah, you can allow some of it to happen to you, because look, you are doing it to other people too. You are selling stuff. You are like trying to promote yourself, especially if it's a decent job that you do. Like, sure, do it, but be mindful of what you do. Use it wisely, for better purposes than just the cloud. This is all I'm saying. Okay, what's next? Thoughts and your mindset form your reality, and then it leads us to your truth, my truth. Yeah, there is some truth to that. Like, thoughts and your mind form your reality. Yeah, if you're delusional, your thoughts will form your reality, and they will impact your mindset. And then the scarcity, overestimation of value. And this is a very common one, guys. I want to point it out to you so that you know. Okay, you've probably seen it. Like, feel free to share your experiences, observations with me. It's not like I'm revealing something that is like, oh, phenomena. No, you can notice these things if you pay attention. I usually don't offer this deal, package, service, or product, but you are lucky today. Only today, this week, this month, there is a special deal, there is a special package or special service that I'm offering for you. Okay, this is one of the techniques content creators are using. Another one, this product service usually costs $10,000. Let's talk about the yoga teacher training. Especially for online format, it's very expensive. But only today, you can get it for 60% off. Or like, within the next few days, it's a promotion, right? Within the next few days, you can get it 60% off. You see how they use it? And then this is such a special service. It's so valuable. And if you take these courses, classes separately, they will cost you more. And then they showcase, they send these long emails. of how much you can save by taking the package class rather than taking the classes separately. This is another technique that they are using on you guys. Okay.
Well, I've noticed too the whole like this steeply discounted stuff, and so then people buy things that they don't really need, and instead of being like, oh, well, I spent like $600 that I didn't need to spend, it's like, oh, I saved $1,500, you know. And so they walk away with this idea of like, rather than like, oh, I spent some money that I didn't need to, it's like, oh, I saved this much money that I wouldn't have saved if I hadn't. And I mean, that works. I know, like, gosh, like Bath and Body Works, they'll send me like coupons for like free whatever, you know, like straight up just free, like no strings attached. I'll go in and get it, and I'll see like, oh wow, the candles are only like $7 and they're normally $25, and so, you know, then I end up with my free product and like free candles, and it's like,
it works on everyone.
$50 on candles today. It's like, well, no, you bought 3 more candles that you didn't really need. I justify with like, well, we have windstorms, and you know, next time we're out power for like 2 weeks, I'll use up these candles and I'll have them ready. But it's like you walk away like not feeling like, oh man, I don't need more candles, and now I have 3 more. It's like, oh, I saved $50 on candles today. I'm really glad that I went in like this one day that they were doing that like super sale.
Yeah. It works on everyone. It works on everyone. These strategies, and it gives you the illusion that you are saving money, just like Melody mentioned. She gave you a good example of how it works. The only way to save money is not to buy stuff. It's the only way. If you don't buy it at all, this is the way you're going to save the money. The rest of it, like save $5 or save like 40%, 60%, 80%, you're still going to spend the remaining percent that they want you to spend on it. Okay, and then it should also give you the idea of the actual value of it. You know, like when it's just a reduction in price. What I often am suspicious of, like when the price is overly estimated for the course, for example, like if you buy like multiple courses, they show you, oh, you would have spent this much, but now it's a special deal, it's this price. I'm like, okay, so what you're really signaling to me, I can draw a conclusion that the price is not that overly estimated price, but the actual price that you're trying to sell, it's that price, you know, that you are reducing in this product for. Because if they are willing to sell that product for lower, then they speculated that they could have made, you know, like that yoga teacher training, $10,000. If they sell it for $200 to people, it tells me that the actual value of that course is $200. It's not $10,000 that they are selling you.
Well, in reality, it's probably much less than $200. It's still making profit at a discount. The thing with there's
okay, your sound really kind of disappears.
But once you've done that your time's been spent, and so any course that you sell for any amount is going to be like.
Okay, Melody, you are disappearing. I don't know if she can hear us.
I can hear you guys.
Yeah, you're kind of choppy. Can you repeat what you were saying?
Oh, okay. Is it working again?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying that with online courses, you basically have your initial time sink. You know, you spend a lot of time putting it together, and sometimes you have to spend money on different tools and stuff that you use. But once you've done that, the only way to recoup your costs is by selling it. And like, whether you sell it for $10 or $1,000, any subscriber like paid purchase that you get is going to bring you money without you having to put in any additional work, you know, as opposed to like selling cookies or something where every cookie that you sell, you have to put in more time to, you know, bake up the cookies. Yeah. But something like an online course that's you've put in your time, it's especially once you've made enough money to compensate yourself for the time that you've spent doing it, yeah, any amount of additional money that it brings in is just additional money being brought in. So like, yeah, so when I see online courses there's no live teacher interaction or, you know, reviews of like your progress or anything, and they're trying to sell it for like thousands of dollars. It's like, we've already got 10,000 students who've taken this course. And it's like, and they're each paying this much, which means that you've made, you know, over $1 million on this like 15-hour course. Yeah, I don't know about that, you know.
It speaks for your integrity as a content creator, as a human being, how willing you are to lie, to mislead people, to get what you want. You know, because we all want the audience, right? We all want the resources. But it's like, how low do you go to get that? You know what I mean?
As low as it takes for someone to buy it.
I guess. Yeah. And then it's
I didn't
all
realize I was signing up for a marketing class today. I'm taking all kinds of notes. This is really great.
I'm so glad, Sam. I'm so glad that you like it. Guys, please like the video. It helps a lot to bring more awareness and educate people. This is all I'm doing. We are trying to provide safe fitness instruction. We are trying to bring value to people. But the problem we are facing is that a lot of people don't realize that it's valuable, okay? Because we have a lot of content creators who are selling shortcuts, who are selling the misleading kinds of messages that we are trying to debunk here, so that you can see the value for what it is, and you can see the truth. You can make up your own mind, guys, without being dragged into the thought process of somebody else who is trying to manipulate you. Okay, if you get my point. So anyway, let's proceed. We need to pick up the pace, guys. So it's about solipsism nowadays. We see, like, I love this. I do this every day. This is my routine. Who cares, honestly? But people watch this kind of stuff, okay? People must care enough to watch that. I want to get to 1 million of subscribers, and you'd better help me. The entitlement, right? Like, share, and subscribe can be used for like good, to promote good content and bad content, right? We are running this show on donations and super chats. Ideally, people should pay you for your work if they find it valuable, without you asking for it. You see, if people find value from your work, they should be inspired. They should be motivated to help you, to support your work, to support your channel. But the fact that we have to remind people to do that, it's kind of frustrating, because people don't see it. And guys who are watching, don't take it personally, okay? You might do all those things. I'm just kind of generalizing here, okay? People don't see it valuable, and they don't support that kind of content. So that educates them, that inspires them to make better rational decisions in their lives, you know? Or another type of message from men we often hear: I'm a fleshy man, I'm a high value man, look at me, ladies, I have what you want. He's bragging, he's showing off his wealth. Just because he is saying those things publicly on social media, it doesn't mean that he is actually high value, strong, masculine, rational man. You need to watch his actions.
Well,
What
and
does he
amongst
do?
primates, like at least the studies done on non-human primates, yeah, the ones that have the most displays of machismo and the most like kind of just out there, and like the ones that look like, you know, most humans with our kind of it's people who don't study biology think that they understand biology just because they're living things, and they're like, oh, I see these things, and so then I make assumptions. But with non-human, other primates that aren't humans, it's all the alphas are always the least expressive, and they're just kind of like chill, and they don't put on these big displays of machismo because they don't need to. They're the alpha, and so like, and maybe just from my biology background, like when I see dudes doing that and being like, yeah, I'm so macho, and like, look at all my bling and all my flair, I'm
all
like,
of my muscles.
your betas could be like, otherwise you wouldn't need to be putting on a show. And I mean, maybe humans are unique amongst primates, but I really don't think they are from what I've studied in terms of behavior and stuff.
You like Sam. I like Sam. He's quietly doing his
Sam's
thing,
cool.
you know? Yeah.
Y'all gonna make me blush.
Oh, I love you, Sam. You know that. Yeah, like the actual strong, irrational masculine men, they don't flare out themselves out there on social media and say, "Look at me, how macho I am," and it's like, okay, what's next? You're macho, then what? Yeah. And then, or like women saying, I'm an entrepreneur, a mother of 3, a mother of 7, I don't care how many kids she has. I'm a coach, I'm a dating coach, I'm an emotional healer, and blah, 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 blah. So just because she says that she's a mommy, she's an emotional healer, it doesn't mean that she's actually caring or nurturing for the well-being of people, for the well-being of the society. Because look at your actions. What does she do? Is she running classes? Does she demonstrate her classes, or is she only talking about it and like selling you stuff? Go sign up for this class. We are going to talk about this, this, and that. No, give a glimpse of your work or something. It's like, yeah, the trans movies, mass media, the Barbie movie that recently came out. I don't know if you've watched it, guys. Share your observations about the Barbie movie. Watch what sells during the specific time frames. So these are the trends. Get it at 10% off today, a few days during the holiday season. Yeah, this is in applicable example in the advertising. And then it sells, say, these are the sales during the Thanksgiving, Halloween, Christmas, New Year, the Labor Day, all of the vacations, the big public holidays. Like what sells? Food, drinks, alcohol, getaways, vacations, gifts, sweets, etc., clothes, the discounts, and what we've talked about before. And the trends, they really impact the content creation. We are going to look into specific examples. And then self-gaslighting, brainwashing, the sells the positive affirmations that I am enough, I am worthy, I love myself, I am special, I am unique the way I am. Yes. Are you familiar with NLP, neuro-linguistic programming? If you say to yourself multiple times, okay, you are being told, in addition to like the products and the services out there that the content creators are producing, you also keep saying it to yourself, these affirmations that they are selling to you that resonate with your belief system, right? I am enough, I'm worthy, I'm valuable, and blah, blah, blah. All of that is going to impact your actions. This is what I care about. I care about your actions, guys. How do you behave?
That goes both ways too with the neurolinguistic programming. If you say things about yourself that like, oh, nobody loves me and I'm fat, or like stuff like that,
Yeah.
it's negative. It can have a real impact too.
Yeah, it is. And we see that men have been brainwashed as much as women have. Men were told that they are this like imbeciles and that they should listen to women, right? Maybe they were not told directly that they are imbeciles. I'm kind of drawing the conclusion there, but they were told that they should listen to women. Women know better. Women know what's best for the children. Women know what's best for the society. Therefore, men, you need to listen to women. And we see now a lot of simps out there who are listening to women. You see, because men were told that to operate under that programming. And this is why I'm questioning that we need to really see what triggers the behavior. It's not just the baseline of the male and female nature. It does have a lot of truth in there. You know, how our brain is wired. Yes, it's the predispositioned behavioral patterns that people will revert to. We were pushed out of them with feminism to, you know, convince women that they need no man, that they can do everything by themselves. But then when these lies fall apart, women revert to their female nature and they say, now I need a man. Oh, I actually do need a man. You see, something triggers the behavioral change. And you can dive in deeper into these topics, guys. I'm just bring them up. I'm going to learn more about them and share what I find with you. But yeah, feel free to take it further and explore what happens, because there are the factors that trigger human behavior or the change in the human behavior. Yes, by nature we are this or that, you know, by nature, but we can't say that everything is the nature. Okay, especially when we see the shift in the behavior and then the reversing back to that baseline. This is what I'm talking about here. Okay. And then people are unable to think for themselves. Problems with misleading content, problems that misleading content causes. People are unable to think for themselves. Consumer behavior has been studied by the advertisers to push products and services on people. Again, to push good services or bad services, it depends. You know, I'm just summarizing it here. People cannot say to, okay, what am I writing here? People cannot say no. No, I should have put it in parentheses here. People cannot say no to misleading content ads unless they educate themselves and apply in practice what we teach you here, guys. Apply in practice the critical thinking skills. Well, we're doing it for free because we think that it's beneficial for people to learn about these skills. It will benefit you guys, okay, if you are willing to listen and watch our full-length format videos. Please like, share, and subscribe. I'm reminding you here, what am I using here? Yes, I'm using, you can call it a manipulation on you. Donate if you've learned something, please, so that people could benefit from this information too. We are trying to provide value to you guys, okay? See it for what it is. Solipsism applies to everyone. Yes, I'm using it to bring more traffic to my channel, to like the actual example. Okay. Let's move on. Fitness instructor's mission is supposed to provide safe fitness instruction based on the needs and the physical capabilities of their clients and viewers, not based on their own needs. Or you can try to fuse them kind of together and make it like a community, like we are trying to do it here, so that we benefit from the workouts too. Please provide education about anatomy, physiology, safe movement. Provide balanced workouts that would not injure people. Teach people why we should move in a certain way. Teach fitness precautions and fitness safety. I don't see a lot of it. We're going to get into the examples. Teach people proper posture and alignment so that they can prevent common injuries. Explain why common injuries happen. Fitness should be about people's journey, not you showing off your body parts.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
You didn't know that part? Okay, well, take notes, take notes.
I guess I must have been confused.
Yeah. Provide a healthy mental and physical challenge to people. This is what we are trying to do here, guys. Inspire people inspire to move, probably to improve. I'll have to correct it. Okay, inspire people to improve, stay consistent with their practice, kick their ass when necessary. What am I doing now, huh? You can only do it if you kick your own ass. Fitness instructors, this is for you. And challenge yourself, not only physically, but mentally as well. If you have a healthy community that provides constructive feedback back to you. So thank you, Melody. Thank you, Pika. Thank you, everyone who is supporting and contributing to Elena's Barre YouTube channel. I appreciate your constructive feedback. I always ask you specific feedback that tells me what you liked, what you didn't like, what could be improved. This helps a lot. Okay, so watch a full episode on objective criteria for fitness instructors, please, before you sign up for the fitness instructors programs out there. I'm not saying that those programs are bad. There are good fitness instructors out there. I'm just saying that for the most part, you're going to see, if you pay attention, you are going to see what they are selling to you. And you need the critical thinking skills to determine whether what they are selling to you is true or false.
Right, I'm looking out for the manipulation thing, because that's everyone is looking for a shortcut to, like, you know, whether it's for health reasons or just aesthetic reasons, getting into better physical shape, you know, just kind of keeping lean muscle mass high and, you know, body fat lower.
Mm-hmm.
And really there's not, I mean, yeah, it's consistency, kind of the way that you look in your health profile is basically the average of your daily life. And so you can't get on some program that says, like, oh, just do this program for 30 days and you're going to look ripped and get a six pack. And, you know, they have these before and after pictures. It's like, well, is that something that you want to keep doing the rest of your life? Because if you go back to the way that you're, you know, that's, you're going to show the average of that lifestyle for that month, you know, kind of averaged in with how you were before. But unless you maintain that, that's going to become such a small percentage of the average that it's not even going to show. So looking out for those, because there aren't shortcuts, but people really want that, and so it's really easy to manipulate people, like, you know, with fake before and after pictures or just false promises with unrealistic timelines, and without kind of emphasizing, like, yeah, this is something that you're going to have to keep up and incorporate into your life for the rest of it if you want to maintain the results. And yeah, if people aren't being upfront about that, then you can know right off the bat that it's kind of a scam.
Yeah. And then concrete examples of misleading content. Okay, guys. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. This picture.
These are inappropriate photos. I need to, like, black out my screen.
Oh, Sam, I'm sure you've seen that kind of content, huh?
Not once. Not even on Instagram.
No, not on Instagram. Okay. You are so worthy. You are enough. We've covered them, right? You're beautiful the way you are. You are perfect the way you are. People should love, respect you. People should treat you well. Manifest things into your life. Believe, and therefore you'll see it. Believe in yourself. That's another one. It's not to say that, like, believing in yourself is a bad thing, but the rest of the message, guys, you can't just take, like, the full message for what it is. You need to break it apart. Okay, they might throw occasional truth in their message, in their reasoning, right, in their statements, but you need to, like, see what is true in that statement and what is not true. Okay, so separate it, break it apart. Avoid haters. That's another one. Avoid people who challenge and disagree with you. Only listen to people who agree with you. Okay, only listen to people who resonate with you. And then we see here the girls. Oh gosh, I can't really move it around. Yeah, it's kind of shifted the presentation with the StreamYard. So they sell their body instead of safe fitness. We see the proof of it. If you just hashtag fitness or yoga, you'll see a lot of girls in mini shorts, which show off their booties. This is what they are selling to you. No safe instruction, lack of teaching knowledge and teaching experience too. And there are some other points you can add to it. Okay, so let's go to yoga instructor's mission. Educate people about all 8 limbs. We have talked about it with Melody and Pikia so many times on this YouTube channel that we need to educate people about all of the 8 limbs. So yamas, restraints, moral disciplines, and moral vows. Then niyamas, the duties and observances. Asana, not just the physical practice, not just the dhyana, the meditation, which are mostly prevalent in the Western world today. So those of you who were saying that I'm against the Indian, the Hindu culture, I'm not against the culture. But the way that yoga is being presented to people today, it's just misleading, because it tells them that all you need to do is just sit and meditate and go for spirituality. Aim for spirituality. You will see a lot of proof of it. Just go open Instagram. Start analyzing the content that you consume. And then as a result, they tell you that after dhyana, you will get into the state of blissfulness. And this is why they tell you, oh, if you don't experience severe happiness in your life, something is wrong with you. Let's fix you. Do you remember that girl who was saying, Melody, last time we've debunked her message? The yoga instructor who was saying that there are a lot of them who say that if you
I know, I was going to say which one.
yeah, a lot of them are promoting that. If you don't experience the blissfulness, the happiness constantly, you will something is wrong with you. You need to fix yourself. I'm like, what if I told you that our normal state of being is dissatisfaction, because it encourages us to make better choices, to improve, to work on ourselves, to find enjoyment in the process. This is what we keep telling you guys in our other videos. You can check out shorter videos here. Okay, then the niyamas, the duties and observances. Yeah, you need to observe.
Well, that's all about, like, whereas the yamas are kind of more your how to interact with society. The niyamas are things for personal development, but it does involve critically observing yourself and then making changes based on that. Yeah, I really feel like and the whole samadhi, this idea that's, about like this bliss and this euphoric, like, you're at some rave on drugs type state. I don't even think that that's an accurate representation of like what, the original scriptures and stuff are talking about. It's more about just contentment and there's a word that's not coming to my brain, but not being and like yoga, like the definition is, kind of stilling the different waveforms of the mind, and if you're always seeking this like super elevated happy state, you're not practicing yoga and you're not achieving samadhi. Like, sorry, that's just, again, people telling you what sounds good so that you'll buy into whatever they're trying to sell, even if like all that they're selling is themselves in the hopes that they can become monetized on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah. Thank you, Melody. And then it inspires people to the mission of instructors, to inspire people to be better humans, to improve, to have humility and work on themselves, to acknowledge that they are not perfect and they have room for improvement, to challenge people physically and mentally, to help and guide people in realizing their mistakes and realizing the truth, to promote the truth to people. And what we see in life, real life examples, guys. And I even showed you the messages of those people, so you can dig up on Instagram. This is just one girl Okay, when I analyze, I usually take a few posts from one person just to get a better idea and picture of where the person is headed. Okay, and look, I even hide their faces so that you can't tell me that you are evil because you criticize me. No, I'm criticizing your messages. I'm pointing out the obvious that people may not see. I'm critiquing your messages. I'm critiquing your actions because this. Do you see? Can you see my mouse or no? You don't?
Mm,
No.
No. Okay. Well, the second picture on the right. I mean, like, how more explicit do you want it to be? Seriously, what are you selling here? Are you selling your body?
Looks
And
like it.
yeah, and then the messages are like, lift your spirit, lift your gaze, lift your heart. So if you feel bad, all you need to do is lift your gaze and lift your heart. Like, seriously, she believes in that. And therefore, she's teaching it to other people. The problem is that I understand why fitness instructors and yoga teachers, other content creators who are doing it, who are promoting these things, because they don't know any better. And what frustrates me most is that they don't even want to challenge themselves, to challenge their own actions, to challenge their messages that they're sending out to people. They're convinced this is the truth because they were told that. So they are teaching you guys what they've been told for multiple generations now. It's like the frustrating part is they contradict the mission of the yoga instructors, and they claim themselves to be a fitness instructor or the yoga instructor. Yeah, this is what frustrates me most, that they don't want to challenge themselves. I've tried to challenge a few fitness instructors. They blocked me. So this should tell you something. Like, the level of delusion and their solipsism is huge. And it's not only when we talk about the intersexual dynamics, the relationship between men and women, it's everywhere. Solipsism is everywhere. And then a moment embraced is one less lost. Like, thinking about the present only, and yeah. This is the second one. The moment embraced is the one less lost. Always searching and seeking for more when what we want is well within reach. Like, these messages that don't, like, what is she trying to say there?
Yeah, I don't get I mean, I think she just wanted to post that picture, but then, like,
Yeah.
you know, it's like, oh, I better write something to
Mhm.
go
Well,
along
put some
with
words
it.
on
Even
this.
though it isn't really related to the picture. I don't see how, anyway.
I mean, there's probably lots of guys on the internet who are breathing that in. So
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And this is what they rely on. They don't really want you to think rationally, guys. All we're saying here, like, they benefit from you being misled because you give them likes, you hit the dopamine hit for them, and then they get more clout, they get more subscribers, more followers, more clients as a result of it, you know? Because you honestly, guys, you honestly support the wrong kind of content. The content that doesn't teach you, that doesn't inspire, that doesn't challenge you, the content that deludes you. And some of you do, you know. I'm just, again, talking most of the people out there. Again, then brief safety instruction to execute what she shares with people who will never be able to do what she can do. Unsafe fitness instruction. Oh, here she was doing, like, if you look at the fourth picture where she's with the green top, the green crop top, she was given like a brief instruction. This is what I see. They think that they can get away with this. No, ladies or fitness instructors, yoga teachers, you can't get away with this. It's a shortcut. You are telling people like just because you can do it doesn't mean that they can do it. And this is what you should be mindful of. So she's given like, oh, just to live this like that, la 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 la, you know, like briefly describing what she's doing there. No, it doesn't cover it. Yeah. Let me just zoom it in. I don't see anyone writing any comments. So we will ignore your comments for a while, guys, okay? I just need to be able to see better on a bigger screen. Yeah, this critique is not a personal attack and should not be perceived as such. Just a quick disclaimer here. We are only challenging your belief system, your actions, and what you say publicly. If you do not want your comments to be challenged and cannot handle any constructive criticism without taking it as a personal attack, do not put misleading and confusing content publicly. If you want to learn what confusing and misleading content is, join us for these sessions. Watch this video till the end. It will benefit you. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, let's move on. So misleading messages from yoga instructors. Holy body parts.
She forgot her pants.
I was gonna say, like, what?
And guys, watch how many followers she has. Okay, 77.5 hundred-thousand followers. Like, holy body part, she is perfect the way she is. Yeah, sure, she can do no wrong. Look, exposing her butt. Of course, she's going to get that many followers.
Like right out the window.
Yeah. The other girl, like, have a nice day, guys. Okay. She is addressing it to the guys, which could be always like guys could be men, guys could be women. You see how we use this word as like overgeneralization here. So whom is she? Whom is she addressing this message to? So guys, oh, and then I checked. She also has OnlyFans account.
They're probably
Yeah.
feet pics.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, she selling her body parts, trying to be nice, revealing her breasts. Yeah, hidden message. Look at me, how beautiful I am, and what poses I can do. Yes, she has very flexible hamstrings here. You can tell that. Like, look,
But
yes.
not even really. Like, it's nothing super impressive, like, in terms of her hamstring flexibility. I mean, it's...
Well, it's like coming to the wall. Yeah, she might have. This is the same girl, Melody.
And, like, you can tell that, like, her lower back there, like, her lumbar. I mean, she isn't hinging fully at the hips. Like, a lot of that is coming from her spine. And, like, I mean, yeah, and her legs are slightly bent. So, I mean, it's not like, wow,
Pull her
those are
out.
super flexible hamstrings. It's just kind of like, okay, like, sure, there's probably some people who can't do that, but there's a whole lot of people who can do a whole lot more, you know?
This one might be actually the two other. It might be different instructors, guys. Sorry, I forgot. I watched so much content that I forgot who was who. And I'm not trying to like attack like people per se here. I'm just like focus on the message that they're sending and focus on their actions, okay? And then inner stillness implies, okay, here, where is it? When there is inner stillness, she said, this girl on the what is it? Right down corner. Yeah, I can't talk. We've been talking so much today already. Like when there is inner stillness, all our potential starts to flower.
Just be still.
Yeah, just be still and ignore what happens around you. And this is what they are promoting. Like you still just, yeah, turn your brain off from everything that happens around you. Who is there to evaluate your potential? Like to tell, like, okay, your potential starts to flow. How do you determine the potential? Do you determine your own potential, or other people kind of like help you in that process to figure it out? You know, this leads to overestimated sexual market value in women. I think you can draw that conclusion. You don't need to be like a scientist to prove it. It's just it's there. I mean, guys, you can probably notice it. Yeah, these kinds of messages that tell you that, like, yeah, the stillness and potential, like you're worthy, and then super easy. So here, super easy way. Okay, this is the headstand here when she's doing the headstand. Super easy way to play with counterbalance and back bending for shoulder mobility. Like
No,
super
it doesn't
easy.
look super easy for most people.
Yeah, super easy for whom?
Yeah.
Yeah. So easy that newbies can break themselves if they try to do it. So easy.
Yeah, I was gonna say in that particular like thing, like what if you have too much weight and you can't hold it up?
Yeah.
How do you get out of that position safely?
Right. Yeah. People can get seriously hurt from following her instructions. And I'm not talking just about like her per se, this kind of content, guys. Okay, you will see it using shortcuts, the short explanations, because they want you to kind of get it, but they don't actually want to lead you through the process. So then next, misleading, confusing messages from yoga instructors. Where do you find joy? Okay, now we are going to listen. Now it's going to be more fun, guys. Yeah, just stay with us. Oh my gosh, we have a lot here. I might need to.
I think the other girl who forgot her pants probably is like scarred somewhat from like a high school memory of like those nightmares you have when you show up to school and you forgot your pants. And that's how it's expressing itself.
It just seems like an odd post. But I guess if you're on OnlyFans, it's like you got to start getting creative with your nudity. Like, show the world your butthole out through the window, I guess.
Let's listen to this one. Where do you find joy? Ready? I'm turning it on.
Get ready with me.
Oh, sorry. Not this one.
Get ready with me. My electrician.
Oh, this is the wrong name for it. Sorry, guys. Let's listen to. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so what she was saying there, that she finds joy from watching a smiling girl, and it's so cute and blah blah blah, and she inspires people to find joy in like small things, and it's probably not like the worst message that could be sent out there, but the problem is that if they only like aim to attract joy, like looking for joy, looking for entertainment, looking for the dopamine hit, constantly, it's not good, it's not healthy, because people will chase, and this applies to TLDR, that people don't want to pay attention to longer format videos to actually learn and understand. They prefer to do this kind of short things that bring them joy and entertainment. So it's a question. I can't find this one. Let's do this with the mala beads and mantras. Okay.
Do you know what these are? These are mala beads, and there's 108 of them. And each mala bead is a little prayer. And what we do with the mala beads when we pray is called japa mala. And the number 108 represents the unity and the wholeness of existence. So this is why we would do a mantra 108 times. Every 2 weeks, I change up my mantra, and this can help create different types of energies in your life. So for the past 2 weeks, we were doing a mantra called the Gayatri Mantra, a prayer to Ganesha, which is the elephant god, and he is the remover of obstacles. And during that time, as we pray together with my yoga students, over the 2 weeks, we write in our journals to see how things have changed. And for some people, things have changed dramatically. Starting this week, we started a new mantra called Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Vayo Namaha. And that is a prayer to the goddess Lakshmi, that she resides in me and blesses me with her abundance in all spheres of my life. And this mantra cleanses and purifies the heart and the home, opening doors of opportunity that will transform your life. So I pray this every night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on my Clubhouse. If you're not on Clubhouse, sign up for it. It only takes 10 minutes. We do it together. It's real quick and it changes things. So get yourself some mala beads. You can buy them on Amazon, but literally go to your local mystical bookstore or anywhere. You can even get them at the local Hindu temple if you have one near you. And pray. Always use your right hand, thumb, and middle finger. You shouldn't wear your mala beads. They're very sacred if you use them to pray. But get yourself some mala beads. Enjoy.
Okay, and then she calls the course. What did you notice in this message?
Yikes.
Yeah. Melody has something to say, I think.
Yeah, I don't see your face.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there have been studies done that doing like repetitive repetition where like you just repeat something over and over, like whether it's praying the rosary or doing like a prayer, like it does have some positive effects on your ability to sleep, blood pressure, something. So I mean, I think that there is some value to it, especially if you notice that it helps you just kind of take a little time out from like your thinking, because it kind of ties up your mind so that you can't think of other things. But that's where switching it up every 2 weeks, I don't know if you would even get the same benefits as you would from just through the years doing the exact same thing over and over, so that your brain learns to go into this state where it's tied up, but it's because if you're learning a new thing every 2 weeks, then it's more of an active process.
It doesn't settle.
The mind.
Yeah, the knowledge doesn't settle. I used to sing mantras too during my yoga classes, but then some people brought up to my attention that it's a religious push. There is some truth to that. I understand their viewpoint. I understand that, yes, studies have been done that prove that Sanskrit language, when you are singing mantra, it helps you to focus and turn your brain off. Okay, if you don't take it from the religious standpoint, okay, if you don't invest into it as a religion, if you just use it to focus and like bring your palms together and just like focus for the class, and turn your brain off other activities, the monkey mind, it can help you to get some stillness. But again, when you are doing like specific religious or like you're praying to gods, to other gods who not like prevalent in your religious views and in your society, it could be seen as a religious push, from like of Hinduism and Buddhism. There is definitely that, that we see a lot of in the Western world, that like all of this kind of rituals, or you need the stones, they will help you heal. You need the CBD oils that, or like something else, that the original yoga, nobody really knows. Like nobody was alive when the yoga was originated back then. And like how can we prove that's the authentic yoga that is being sold on us? Like we can't. Okay, so I see both arguments. I can understand them, and it's something that you have to decide for yourself, okay, whether you like the mantras. Let me know if you like the mantras. I kind of started cutting them out from the classes because I want people who see it as religious believe join and benefit from yoga. But I do have a lot of classes on my Patreon where I do sing the mantras. I personally like them. They help me. But again, you have to decide for yourself whether you like them or not, whether they help you or not, or whether how you view them, guys, how you view them. If you view them as religion, then yeah, you're not going to like them, especially if you're Christian. Okay.
Well, and going along with that, I mean, it's kind of the same psychology that to be honest, almost all religions use, because there is something that happens when people are chanting or singing communally.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally am opposed to it, and so I don't ever participate in any of that. And part of it's because I know how it affects the mind, and it puts you into this state where you're feeling like you're part of the group, and then you're very susceptible to being brainwashed, and any information that comes in after that, you're just very open and receptive to. And it does have a way of actually shutting off your critical thinking skills. And that's why in pretty much every religion, you start the service with everyone singing together and feeling the power and, like, you know, getting into this almost ecstatic state. And so for that reason, I'm opposed to doing it in any sort of religious setting. I'm opposed to doing it before, you know, fitness things, just because it's like, why would you turn off your critical thinking skills before something important happens? Like, you think you want those to be like on point, like you're very suspicious of everything, analyzing everything before taking it in as truth and internalizing it. But yeah, so it is a psychological trick that pretty much all religions used, and it's used today with, you know, these spiritual gurus, and part of it's to get people to get into that state so that they feel this attachment and this, I don't know, feeling where they feel like they have to be loyal to this group and keep giving money and, you know, participating in all the different things that they're doing. So that's just my take on it, but there is a lot of research that's been done.
I agree with you, Melody. This is why even if I use mantras, I use them only specifically to start the class and to finish the class, just to set the mind for the work, you know, cut out everything else. We are working out here, so you stay focused, then you finish the class. Even when we do meditations, it's just a quiet meditation. Meditation is a silence mode, when nobody should tell you how you should be feeling or what you should be feeling. They can direct you, they can tell you, observe your body, but then the problem is that the meditation that sells is the one that promises you, like, tells you what you should be feeling, what sensations, like, all this green light is going through your body and it spreads through every single cell of your body. Do you feel it? Do you feel the energy that you are experiencing there? It's such a bliss energy. Oh my gosh, you're going to rock the world. Something like that, you know, you are enough, you are worthy, like you sit and you meditate and you manifest things in your life. That kind of meditation is not the right meditation, guys. And unfortunately, the meditation that we do here doesn't sell, because people want to hear how they should be feeling about things. And the meditation, they're like, oh yes, you are like ecstatic, euphoric state that like really indulges you, you know. Yeah, those meditations sell. But when you analyze, guys, I have a lot of yoga books. I was reading the scriptures. I bought those books. I was reading the scriptures that they are writing. I had to rewrite the scripts for yin yoga practice, for what a yoga nidra practice. I have to cut out the emotional, you know, like something that would prevent you from thinking rationally. This is where the work needs to be done in fitness community, in yoga community. This is what the books that needs to be written, you know, not the ones like emotionalism, you know, like, yeah, turn people's brain off completely so that you can sell 1 million of books and get the money for yourself. Yeah, it's really like, this is why I don't even like attempt to teach those things to you guys, because I know that they will have impact, and I don't want to be part of the bad impact that you're going to have in your life. You know, I don't want to contribute for you to take bad, irrational decisions. This is why I'm very careful with what I bring to you, with what I say, and it applies in all of my content. My piano videos, I try to promote the truth. I try to bring more awareness. You know, people view it as more enjoyable content. Yes, I agree to some extent it is. Fitness content, you know, yoga, it's all connected. We need to be careful with the messages we are sending out to people, and I keep saying it, and I'll keep doing the work. I'll keep convincing the yoga instructors, the people who attend the yoga classes. I'll keep educating them, because this is what needs to happen. Somebody needs to do the hard work. The problem is there are only a few people who are willing to do it, who want to do it, who actually want to help people. So let's move on here. Lies from yoga instructors. Again, when it comes to doing arm balance. Oh, this one is Melody. You're going to love it, because I think that Melody is very advanced in yoga arm balancing poses, guys. Check out your classes on Patreon. Thank you, my dear friends. You're helping me a lot with the classes to add more variety. And also our live classes that we run occasionally here on YouTube channel. Check out if you are interested in learning arm balancing. She has been doing it for over 20 years or so. She's been practicing yoga, right? Okay, let me find it.
It's been a while now.
Yeah. Okay, arm balancing lies. Let's see.
Here's a tip for your arm balances. There are 4 stages to every arm balance. People think it's just like, I need a bunch of strength and I need to like just put my body in the thing and hope for the best. But there is a system to the magic, right? The first step is to stack your bones. You gotta get your alignment right. The second step is to lean in. Then you push the floor away and you resist. Then you trust and lean in some more. Okay, here it is in action. I'm gonna show it to you with crow pose. I always show crow pose because it's the easiest to teach this stuff with. So first you stack, right? I need my elbow on top of my wrist. This is stage 1. Most people try to arm balance from back here. They don't even make it to stage 1, and then they say, I'm not strong enough. You're strong enough. You just gotta know the pieces, right? So stage 1, stack. From here, we said lean, 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 lean. Lean so much that your center of gravity comes up. Then push the floor away to prevent from falling on your face. Then the balance is this little dance between leaning and resisting, leaning and resisting, leaning and resisting, right? You see, I'm doing it on purpose now so you can see it. But lean forward, push back, lean forward, push back. That is how you hold your pose. Has nothing to do with how strong you are. It's all of the pieces need to be in place. Give it a try. Let me know how it goes.
What do you think, Melody?
I mean, I guess, like, yeah, she mentioned some things that are a part of arm balancing, but there is a lot more to it than that. You have to, you know, your joints have to be supple enough. Like, okay, stacking your bones, well, that requires, you know, a 90-degree bend at the wrist, you know? So just that is something that you don't just do without, you know, warming up and making sure that your wrists are strong and supple enough to do that. And then, you know, she didn't mention anything about like where you're putting the weight. It's like, okay, stack your bones. If you don't have the flexibility and core strength to keep basically the primary load of the weight of your body bearing straight down over that stacked joint, you're going to hurt yourself, you know? And it's, yeah, and there's a whole lot more than 4 steps, you know. And then she's talking about like, just keep lean, just keep leaning. It's like, well, if you lean far enough, then your bones are no longer going to be stacked, you know?
Right.
And depending on where your weight is proportioned, if you're more top heavy or bottom heavy, that's going to depend on, you know, how you kind of angle your body. And so in a way, there's really not any 4-step that applies for everyone, because everybody's body is so different.
Exactly.
Yeah, you really need to, I mean, best ideally, you know, you get some one-on-one practice in person with an instructor who can show you. But other than that, yeah, I mean, it's a matter of, yeah, you do have to be strong and flexible. I think that people underestimate how much that comes into arm balancing, especially with the core strength, because like I said, you have to know kind of where your center of gravity is, and depending on whether you're top heavy, bottom heavy, yeah, there's just a lot that goes into it. And most people just following these 4 steps would not get into crow if they have no experience.
And they would hurt themselves. If you guys, this is what I keep saying, you can't just rely on these 4 steps. It's there. We already covered it, right? You know what it is. You know that this is the manipulative advertising tactic that she's using. Oh, just these 4 steps. Oh, just these 3 or whatever number they come up with. They will help you. No, you need to turn your brain on and think for a second. Or at least if you don't want to turn your brain, listen to what other instructors are saying. Okay, listen to what the instructors who are actually concerned about you improving, getting stronger and healthier, what they say. Okay, we have Neil from NP Personal Training joining us. Do you remember him, Melody?
Yeah, I recognize the name. I think we talked about kettlebells with them.
Yeah. Good to see you, Neil. Thank you for remembering about us. Thank you for showing up. And yeah, we've lost you. It's been a while since we've seen you. So good to see you back. And then I remember Melody. Yeah. Everybody remembers Melody. Okay, let's move on. We have another one. Sam, what do you think? I'm kind of like I don't know. You are doing. Sam is, by the way, he practiced the acro yoga. In fact, they taught us some of the acro yoga elements, and we've tried a few poses. He's very strong, very flexible. Tell us what you think.
Oh man, well I appreciate your generosity. I would not call myself an expert on anything in that field, but even like when we were doing some of these arm poses, arm balancing things, it's like I don't consider myself to be as strong as I used to be, but I'm decently strong in my upper body. And even knowing that I have to stack my bones and things, there's a significant amount of strength that's required to like get in the position like Melody was saying and then hold it there. I mean, she kind of under the whole resist and lean thing is like, if your wrist is not strong enough to push your whole body weight back and forth, you're not going to be able to, like, if your balance point is so perfect that there's basically a minimal adjustment, then great. But a lot of time that takes time to get that balance. So in the meantime, your wrist has to be strong enough to push you back. And if it's not, you're either going to fold over and collapse on it and pull something, or that's what I think.
We'll try to get some feedback from Neil from NP Personal Training, because he is a fitness instructor too. And guys, if you teach fitness, join us. We raise very interesting topics and share your experience and your observations, your thoughts with us. Okay, highly appreciate that. And remember to please like, share, and subscribe. It helps the channel a lot. So let's check the next one. Dancer's mission. Sam, do you like it?
Well, I like women, if that's you're asking.
Come on, it's like putting this kind of content out there and relying that men wouldn't buy into this is just so naive. Ladies, this is like, you know what works, right? And this is what you do. Okay, Dancer's mission original is teach people how to safely move their body with the music, help people gain mobility, flexibility, stamina, cardio, endurance, inspire and educate people about anatomy and fitness safety. It's not about showing off your naked body parts and spreading bullshit. Okay, now look, she put herself completely naked here. Okay, she made it like so it's a star. doesn't leave too much room for imagination what's there, right? What else? It's not promoting entitled attitudes to other girls and women. It focuses on fitness and safety, guys. This is not it, okay? And then misleading coaches. Let's look at you guys. Oh, this is about relationships. We are going to have fun here. This coach is a man. He, no, he's still, he's a coach, but I think he's also yoga related. Okay.
He's an ascension master, clearly.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Let's listen to what he says here. I think I have his recording here. Just give me a moment. You can elaborate on something. Just, let me. Okay, I found it. Power quantum jump. Yeah.
Of all the millions of Instagram accounts you are here, I'd like to invite you to do a very quick quantum jump to change something for you for the better. Remember, consciousness precedes all manifestation. So your mind creates everything. So take a deep breath in. Deep breath out, close your eyes. You just jumped into a new reality. Feel it. Embody it. Who are you telling? What happened? What seems created? What changed? Feel the change. Breathe in again. Breathe out. The seeds of the mind create the reality in the 3D. Always remember that. Good luck. Let me know in comments how you got on.
I'm doing everything I can to stifle my laughter.
Change, guys. Did you feel the change? Did you feel the new reality?
I mean, I'm sitting in the same air-conditioned car, so I didn't. Mine didn't change.
Mine didn't change either, Melody. Maybe yours has changed.
Not that I can perceive, but I probably just didn't manifest hard enough while I.
I guess, yes, you're liking this.
Gotta manifest harder here.
Manifesting skills, yeah. Oh my gosh, and this kind of bullshit is being sold to people. This is what people are consuming. This is what, like, the objective people, the people who want to inspire others to think critically. This is what they are fighting with, you know, on a mindset view, like not effectively like killing each other, you know, but you can see it, right, guys? Okay, let's move on. Here, misleading coaches who promote spirituality. Let's see this one. Okay, let me.
I bet she had a lot of fun putting all these together.
Oh, I had so much fun. I could use some help, guys. If you'd like to, like, if you want to bring up some content, share it with me on Instagram. Share the reels with me. You know, I'm going to put it up there. We are going to debunk the bullshit. I have a lot of fun doing that. Okay, it's a lot of time consuming. I get it, you know, but I'm really passionate about it because I want people to learn this. Okay, so if you, Sam, or you, Melody, and you guys who are watching, fitness instructors, I inspire you to do the same thing. Start analyzing the work of other fitness instructors and your own work, and bring it in. Bring even your own messages. Look, I used to say some things to people too that like it took me a while to analyze, and like, oh geez, I am really misleading. It takes time to process the information and adjust it. You know, it doesn't happen overnight. So let's see this one: spiritual guru, female guru.
I am beautiful. I am worthy of love and respect. I appreciate myself just as I am. I am happy. I am enough. I am loved.
QED, quadrat demonstratum, right? This is what we are talking about here today. Like, about behind. Okay, get up and enjoy. Let's see this one, if I have it. I might not have it.
I'm looking at that pink prioritize yourself thing, and I'm reading it.
Mhm.
You have
Yeah.
a healthy meal, just one healthy meal. The other two can be junk.
Right. Yeah, you only need to have like one meal to fix all of your problems, and to treat yourself better. And yeah, it's so misleading,
I
guys.
see that so much. People be like, "Oh, but I eat healthy. Like I have a salad for lunch every day." I'm like, "But what do you have for breakfast, dinner, and all the snacks in between that healthy salad for lunch?"
Right.
You know? I'm like, I don't even think salads are the greatest thing anyway. I guess a salad can be whatever. There's a lot of debate in my because the salads that we eat, people wouldn't usually describe as salads. They're mostly fruit, typically.
Okay, let's listen to this one. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your input, guys. Tell me who you are.
Hey, let's get to know each other better. So tell me who you are without telling me your name, career, hobby, or nationality. This is me.
And then she's on TikTok, of course, that promotes that kind of content. Just saying, ladies, this is what you do. You contribute to the bullshit.
Most of they all seem to talk in the same kind of weird, like airy, soft voice.
I was gonna say, yeah, Melly, it's like it's all like pillow talk.
Yeah,
voice.
you've noticed it, guys, right? Like, oh, somebody told me I'm not feminine enough. Like, guys, what we could do today? We could debunk some bullshit with you. Like, what it's like? Gosh. Yeah,
I'd be the worst
like,
spiritual guru in my monotone, nasally voice. I'm like, you are special. You are worthy.
Yeah.
No one
I guess I guess just because of that, you probably shouldn't do it then.
I'm not doing it. Find yourself. Let's watch this one. But listen.
When you go outdoors, you find more than just a wonderful place. You also find yourself.
I find berries.
Okay.
That's what I always hope to find when I go outdoors. Tasty berries.
Yeah, well, she was saying, I think it got cut out. I'm not sure. I thought I recorded it completely. Yeah, I watched. I was recording so much content, and I was like, I did it at 2 a.m. Some of it yesterday, and I was like, okay, let's get this one in. Yeah, what she was saying, like a joy, like experiences, like notice how you feel, basically. Okay, what a wonderful place this is. All you need is love. No, love is not the only thing that you need to survive. Like, going back to the basics, guys, the hierarchy of needs by Maslow. Go read some psychology books. What do people need first to fulfill their physiological needs? It's food, shelter, protection, security. Like, what they are selling to you, like, if you look at the pyramid, next time I'll bring it up. Like next time we'll debunk, I'll put the Maslow hierarchy of needs. It goes up, and then the last one is like self-actualization. Like, I think the third one up above is like acceptance in the society, and social approval, and like beloved, and etc. Like, they are aiming like up there, like actualize yourself, fulfill yourself, and blah blah blah. Yeah, always aiming for the last thing. If you link psychology with yoga, it's fascinating. You're going to find a lot of interesting correlations there. I think this is what needs to be explored. Okay, this is what needs to be connected. Okay, and now we are talking about the trends. Oh, geez. Feminist propaganda, yes. Barbie. Destroying true masculinity, manhood, and true femininity. Yeah. It's completely delusional, no touch with reality. and watch what content is being produced based on that movie. So the movie has been released, and then we see all of these content creators are playing the Barbie song. Like, I'm a, what is it? The Aqua song. You know that one?
Oh.
Ta da ta ta tam ta ta da ta 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 da ram ta da da ram ta da da ram. This stupid song that really sticks in the mind. Like, if you look at it, like it really ingrains. My husband always like, stop singing it, you know. It's like, I can't, it's so deep inside, you know. And then all of the musicians, not all, but a lot of them, you see they're wearing pink dress. It's not to say that they have to do the Barbie song per se, but the fact that they are wearing red or purple or pink, and they don't have to support the Barbie movie per se. They can say things in the opposite, like I did say things in the opposition to the Barbie movie, and I was wearing a pink dress. Surprise, surprise. The trend, it impacts everyone. And then even the guy, look, he's wearing the shorts that have some pink in it. You see it? Yeah. Okay, more misleading ads. This is funny. Let's look at this girl. Red light therapy. She's promoting red light therapy. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm 43. I'm not trying to be 23, okay? I just want to look as good as I possibly can for my age. Watch this. Can you imagine if you did that every day? It's also perfect to do on your hands, because don't forget, our hands show age too, especially if you're traveling. Just throw it in your bag. If you're sitting in the pickup line waiting on them kids, just do some red light therapy. No judgment. Can you hear it? I love it. Promotes blood flow, so that helps cell turnover. My little magic wand. Boop. Don't get me wrong.
Like the beginning that she starts with, don't get me wrong, I'm 43. I'm not trying to be 23, okay? It's like
What's
the
wrong with
fact
trying
that
to be
you
23?
Yeah, the fact that she is using the red light therapy to make her look younger. How is she not trying to be a 23-year-old?
Well, I mean, at the same time, maybe she's just being realistic that the red light therapy isn't going to actually make her look 23. I don't know, because it's probably not going to.
I've covered her face, but she does look nice for a 43-year-old woman, right? I'm not saying that you shouldn't be taking care of your body and mind and soul, right? You need to exercise. You need to like apply creams and do the facials if you have to, right? To look better. But the fact that she says that she is not trying to be like 23 years old. If she didn't try to be like a 23-year-old, she probably wouldn't have used these creams. Why do women want to look young when they age?
I mean, a big part of that, I think, is kind of societal expectations and stuff, and you're just, whether or not you're in the market or married or single, it's I don't know, women are just, they're treated better when they look younger. That's just a general thing. Like, women and men are going to treat you differently if you, even if you're older, if you appear to be, you know, young and healthy. You and who doesn't want to like be able to navigate society easier, you know, and like have people be in general a little nicer to you and more accommodating to you. So I think that's part of it. But I mean, obviously, for someone who's wanting to attract a partner or mate or even just a hookup, like, they're going to have a lot more success if they don't look all worn out and wrinkly and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I have nothing against like the procedures per se that they are doing. It's just the what they say. Look, if she didn't want to compete with the younger women out there, she probably wouldn't be advertising that thing to begin with. You know, the red light therapy or whatever it is. Women want to look younger. Women want to look younger because it makes them more valuable to men, because men like to look at younger, prettier women. Even though women say that, oh, I do it for myself, it's bullshit. I want to look beautiful for myself, bullshit. No, because objectively you get value, you get validation, you get the likes from people. So you do it for people, you know, so that people could get likes. People would give you likes. People would give you the dopamine hit that you are asking for. You know, because you don't determine your own value. People do. But there is a lot of bullshit there that is being told to women that you are worthy, you are enough, you are valuable. So you kind of get this picture that you determine your own value. No, you don't. People outside you do. And watch their behavior. The fact that they even promote like this beauty product, you know, and say that I'm not trying to be younger than I am. Then what are you doing on social media if you're not trying to be younger than you are? Do you get my point, guys?
Yeah.
yeah, unless she got paid a lot of money from some company because they're like, oh, you actually are kind of old, but you have really good skin, which a lot of times that has more to do with sun exposure and genetics than anything else. Mm-hmm. Diet plays a little role. But so, I mean, yeah, maybe she just got offered a few $100 to show up, and maybe she doesn't even really use it from day to day.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The fact that a woman advertises beauty products on social media should tell you something that should tell you that
she at least cares. Like, she's not oblivious to the fact that,
well, yeah, true,
appearances don't matter, and particularly.
But again, why should we trust why should we trust what she says? Like, look, if she's promoting a beauty product, right, and she's saying, I'm 43 and I'm not trying to be 23, but the fact that you are promoting the product tells me otherwise. You are still competing with younger people. You are still trying to be in the market, you know, on in the market area, so that men could shop for you too, you know. So you are still advertising yourself, even when you say that you are not trying to be younger, you're not trying to compete with the younger women. You still are, by your female nature. You still do it. You know, it's by default. Women compete against other women for the guy that they can get. You know, so it's like it's an interesting, like just a thought to think about it. And yeah, let's move on. That other one was selling you some course. I don't want to bother with her. Okay, misleading ads. According to federal law, the ads must be truthful, not misleading when necessary, backed up by scientific evidence. So it's truthful, honest, saying the truth. Promise the misleading ads is something that promises fast results. Almost never educate. Sell you a dream. Learn how to make fast money without much effort. Only these techniques will help you do this. Only this tool will help you reach that. Don't miss out. FOMO, fear of missing out. Just today, we have a discount. Hurry up. You won't believe it. Positive association. Unknown science, that whatever they come up with just to back up their belief system. The idea behind ads is that you buy it now, you buy a course or a product or service, and will never question the credibility of the message. This is kind of the idea. If you start questioning yourself, you start thinking rationally, yes, you might be overjudging somebody's phrases and statements, but it's a thought process. It's a good and healthy thing that you do it. And then they use buzzwords, the catchy words, the sales pitches. Sign up for newsletters. Oh, this is it. Oh gosh, this is like my favorite. It's indirectly. Okay, it's telling you sign up for newsletters so that you can stay on track, or so that you can sell them more stuff. Okay, because the newsletter is sending you the emails, constant reminders, and like how great you are, and now how great the service that they provide. It's like overselling. I canceled all of my newsletters because it's like people don't show up for the class. It's like no matter how hard you try, how hard you try to convince them, because people don't see what we do here as valuable. Okay, for the most part, like some people do, and thank you guys. Yeah, then oversimplification. You just need to do this to be successful. Okay, I've covered that. This is the dating coach for both women and men. Let's look at him.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, there's another fire. It's just been a blaze for the last couple weeks. There's an evacuation order, but I don't think it's where I'm at.
Sometimes they send it. Okay, let's look at them.
Constantly this time of year.
3. See, he says here, guys, pay attention. 3 signs he's attracted to you. I already know that this is bullshit. Without even listening to the whole message. This is how you can detect it. They put a shortcut, flashy thing, like 3 signs he's attracted to you on a deep emotional level. Okay, let's listen to this. Maybe it will work for some people. Who knows?
Did you know that men fall in love faster than women do? Yes. And in the next few seconds, you're going to learn a proven strategy that will make men pursue you, beg you for commitment, and yes, fall in love, according to newest research, twice as fast as you. It's true. No, Adam, all men just want casual hookups. Not true. And if you learn this proven strategy, men will start to connect with you on a deep emotional level. It's called emotional attraction. But here is the harsh reality. If a connection lacks emotional attraction, men will always be flaky. They will always just want one thing, and then sometimes they'll even ghost. Oh, geez, lost another one. But there is good news. If you learn how to actually build emotional attraction, men will be pursuing you in ways you never knew possible before. And for a limited time, I'm hosting a free webinar where I'm going to teach you the 3 steps to triggering emotional attraction in any man over the next 21 days. How do you know all this stuff? Are you some type of man whisperer? Not quite. I know this because the last time I checked, I happen to be a guy, and I've actually experienced this feeling of emotional attraction when I met Jessica. And B, I'm a relationship coach and the founder.
And then he lists his company.
Oh my God.
Sam, this is what women are being sold to. This is what I was trying to bring to Rollo Tomasi and the Red guys. It's like the ads, they are surrounding us. Women are consuming this content. Yes, sure, you can blame women for being entitled bitches out there. But it's like, who causes them? I don't want to point fingers here, because it's like, but if you connect the dots, then there needs to be more work that needs to be done here to undo all of the damage that has been done already to women and to men too, because men have been brainwashed as well.
Well, Elena, I can only fix them one at a time.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a long process. You see. Melody, you've heard this guy before. He talks about the strategies, and I brought him up last time too. It's
Okay, yeah, I couldn't tell from the picture with the little smiley face over there, but yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if this Jessica's like really good looking, and that's honestly what first got his attention. And then he's like, "Oh, and she's also like a reasonable, decent human being, and I can tolerate being around her." And then, like, boom, he's emotionally super invested. It's like
he's definitely a simp. Okay, guys, this is the definition of a simp. I changed their faces. He puts a lot of content with her. Okay, she's decent looking. Trust me. I just masked them because I don't want you to to take it as a personal attack. Like you're just against the people. Yeah. So this is the guy, and he puts that girl on his social media a lot.
So that's Jessica.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure I can tell just by looking at the pictures why she caught his eye. It wasn't because she used the 3 tricks. It's because she's got a very, very fit, cute body, and like her face is completely warped, but I'm sure she's got, a decently cute face to match. And like, you don't find that every day, especially in America. So
yeah, but
go Jessica, but I don't think she used like 3 tricks to immediately catch his eye. Like, she's probably just decent looking and a decent person. So
yeah,
or even better, a good looking person who's actually a good hearted person too. That's really rare to find. Like, yeah, if you can do that, you can probably get a decent dude. But
yeah, but then he puts his wife or girlfriend on his public account to make more clout for himself. So she probably doesn't mind it, okay, but he's like the fact that he's flashing, and this is coming down to that, like, oh, look at me, I got this girl. If I got it, you can do it too. Or women, if you want a guy like me, which he effectively implies there, because he's like committed and he desperately loves his girl. This ad was for women. Did you catch that? It was like, if you want a committed guy who will cherish, love, and pedestalize you, you need to follow my advice. Look at me. I pedestalize my wife.
Because she did 3 simple tricks on me.
Yeah, and she only used like these 3 things on me. And come on, dude. It's more than that. Like, how good is she in sex? How good is she in a relationship? Like, no, seriously, can she deliver pleasure to a man, or is it starfish sex? Or are you a simping imbecile out there for your wife? Are you the man that women actually want just because you simp for your wife or girlfriend? I don't know which status they are in. I honestly don't care. What I'm trying to debunk here is the concept, like the principle, the message that they are sending.
I think he made a fatal mistake by laying his foundation for his entire platform on this one girl, because eventually she's going to be like, oh, I'm tired of you, and then he's going to be out of luck.
This is proving Rollo's soulmate myth, the one he describes in the Rational Male book. Guys, if you haven't read the book, I highly encourage you to read it. I always refer you to check Rollo's books and the Red Pill content creators, because they do raise some of the topics, from different perspectives. Okay, I'm kind of bringing up, contributing from the social media perspective, from the media in general, from fitness perspective in there. But we need more work like that to be done, to see from different areas in life. And guys are trying to do that, I think. That's what needs to be. That's what needs to happen in order to undo the damage that has been done. We need people who are willing to do the work, not just gab, not just talk about it. I get it. I get your frustration, man. Like, you're complaining on women. You're like, yeah, what's next? What are you doing about it? What is everybody doing about it, really? So yeah, this guy sells simps for women. The problem is that women don't actually want what he sells to them. So yeah, you can take it personally, guys, but I'm telling you, I don't intend it as a personal attack. This is why I hide all of your faces. Look at this guy, my
Oh.
cute other misleading dating coach. Let's look at you. What do you have here? So let's check the green flags in a guy. If he's talking to women, okay, this is what you are going to find there, guys.
If you want to know what qualities to look for in a guy that you want to be in a relationship with, here's what you should look for. What does he bring out in you? So some people are going to bring out the best of us, and some people are going to bring out the worst in us. And you want a guy that's going to bring out the best in you. He's going to make you feel better. He's going to inspire you. He's going to make you excited. He's going to help you, encourage you to become a better version of yourself, and he's going to make you feel better, and he's going to make your life better. If a guy brings out the worst in you, he's just going to bring out drama. You're going to be angry and bitter all the time. You're going to hate him. You're going to have all these kind of wild, like, swings of being angry and upset. And you're going to question your own value, and you're going to wonder what's going on. You're going to be confused all the time. That's not what you want. You want a man who brings out the best in you.
That makes my blood boil. I'm sorry, I can't listen to that.
It's crazy. I need a sound drop. Oh, bullshit!
Yeah, there you go. I don't disagree with one of the things he said, though, when he said he's going to make your life better. And it's like, that is true. Look at the actions, look at the results.
Yeah.
It's not about your feelings necessarily. It's like, what actually improved? But
yeah, and notice how he focuses on solipsism, you know, what benefits the woman so that she stays self-centered. What kind of value does man bring to you? He doesn't.
I've seen it like totally backfire too, like women who just really never had any sort of success with dudes, because I mean, there's physical attraction is a big thing when it comes to like men being interested in a female. But then they, got some dude who, is like, oh, you're, the greatest, you're the best. And they date for like a few months. And then she's like, oh, I can get dudes. And then like realizes like, there's some dudes who like, they just want to get laid and, they're not interested in dating. But like, sure, you can go out and get that like kind of regardless of what you look like, right? You can find someone willing to like just kind of do and leave you by the wayside, and then she like ends up just kind of leaving her boyfriend who was super nice to her and like built up her self-esteem to just kind of become a hoe.
Yeah, watch the behavior, guys. Watch the behavior, not what people say, because people say all sorts of things for different reasons. How are their words being proved by their actions? This is what you need to pay attention to. Okay, let's look at this one. Say this when he pulls away. You're going to like this one.
I don't think so. I don't think I am.
Here.
Whenever a guy pulls away or he's not calling or not texting or anything like that, instead of freaking out and losing your mind and focusing on all the negative and all the bad things and all the things that aren't good, instead, I recommend that you use something that I call the Queen's Mantra. And the Queen's Mantra goes like this: I am valuable. I am worthy. I deserve to be cherished. I am valuable. I am worthy. I deserve to be cherished. I am valuable. I am worthy. I deserve to be cherished. And you want to say it 3 times every time you use it. And what it'll do is it'll help calm you down. It'll remind you of your value. It'll make you remember that you do deserve to have an amazing man in your life who treats you really, really well. And it'll just calm down your anxiety. And it'll make you feel a lot better about yourself and your life. Follow me for more tips.
Are you supposed to say that to like the dude or to yourself?
I guess that's the idea. You keep saying it to yourself until the dude shows up.
Oh, okay. Just manifest him back.
Yeah. And it will
See, like, I don't even get that, because it's like, I don't know if a dude's pulling away, then, like, I don't know, because I've been out of the dating scene for years, like, but I would think that just, it's like, okay, well, you know, we're not compatible, and maybe you don't have the balls to tell me. If you don't have the balls to tell me outright, then, like, bye.
Yeah.
You know? But, I don't know, maybe I'm a little odd, but, yeah, I don't know. It just seems to be contradictory. Like, if that's how you have like such a high value of yourself, but then this dude like doesn't see it, but then you're like still wanting him or whatever. And like, I don't think that just repeating things is gonna have any impact in reality.
Well, what the idea behind all of this is that just by saying I'm valuable, I'm worthy, I'm enough, it will reprogram their brain so that they can attract the other guy, maybe, who is not the same guy who left them, but like better quality men out there. You know, just like saying that I'm valuable, I'm worthy. Okay, it didn't work out with this dude, but definitely somebody else is going to notice how worthy and how valuable I am if I just keep saying to myself how valuable and worthy I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
it could be that. I don't know. It's just I'm speculating here a little bit based on what I know about human nature, about psychology, about interactions between men and women. Based on what I've seen and what I've observed, you know, I'm kind of drawing this conclusion. I could be mistaken. Okay, so correct me if you think I'm wrong. Okay, the next
I feel
one.
like, I mean, sorry, I'll be quick, but just I feel like a healthy way with breakups and stuff is like treat it like a job thing. It's like, you know, if something's not working out with a job.
Okay, you are cut out, Melody. Sorry, we can't hear you. Oh, she froze again. Yeah, what do you think, Sam?
Oh, I think it's just like it's a common like misconflation between sexual market value and personal value as a human being. It's like everybody has value, but the whole dating marketplace is not based on your personal value. It's based on your sexual market value. It's like they're just separate.
Yep.
All right,
Melody.
Melody.
Tell us what you were saying because you were cut out.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh, just I was saying, like, you know, ideally both people have the maturity to, like, if, you know, a relationship's ending, kind of like, okay, so why didn't it work out? And then, like, you know, maybe someone can say, like, well, you're just really like self-involved and like you didn't really take the time. And it's like, and then, like, you know, be like, okay, like, was I actually being selfish, or was, you know, did this person have unreasonable expectations? And like, you don't just like, if something's not working out, you don't just brainwash yourself into thinking like, you know, everything's fine and I'm just like wonderful. Like, and yeah, maybe the person just ghosts you and like they aren't going to give you any reason. And then it's like, you know, you can't do it. But I think like, yeah, it's always a good idea to, you know, just have a quick little discussion and then be like, okay, are there some ways that I could like improve myself for the next relationship? Or, you know, are there some things like, yeah, this person was obviously just a really bad choice, and so don't make that bad decision again. But just kind of like, you know, if it doesn't work out and walk away and just being like, I'm wonderful, I'm beautiful, I deserve love, you know, it's like, you know, you're likely to just repeat the same mistakes, whether it's you making that mistakes or you, I mean, ultimately, I guess, making the mistake of choosing someone with like similar incompatible characteristics.
Yep.
Anyway.
Okay, let's listen to this last one from this guy. Signs of low value women. Let's listen.
That you and a man are going to a pool and you put on your bathing suit and you jump in the pool and you're splashing around, but you notice that he still hasn't even gotten into the pool yet, and you're like, hey, are you planning on getting into the pool? And he kind of dips his toe in there and he's like, meh, I'm not sure that I really want to get in, right? And then he like runs off to another pool and you're like still in this pool, or maybe he just leaves altogether. And so the point is that you never want to commit to a man who is still shopping around. Because if you commit to a guy and you're like, oh, I'm going to prove to him how loyal I am, and he's still trying to figure out who he wants to be with, you have absolutely no power in the situation, and you're going to be attached, and if he disappears, it's going to be devastating to you. And this is something that you should never do. Follow me for more tips.
I'm sorry, but if he's got like multiple options and you don't want him to be considering you, then sure, yeah, go right ahead. Don't it's like kind of like a job interview like Melody was talking about. It's like if you man,
It's just crazy. Really.
Just go ahead and don't do your best. And yeah, it's like this is not the way dating works. But
and it's like if you want a high value man, you need to prove yourself to that high value man. It comes down to that investment. Why should a man invest in you instead of other options? Because when he has resources, he has options. So if you don't prove yourself to a man, he's not going to choose you. Men have the final say whether they want to commit or not. But these relationship gurus, the dating coaches, are telling you otherwise. They are convincing women that women are the ones who are picking and choosing, and like if he doesn't commit, don't commit to the guy who doesn't want to commit. When we talk about a relationship, when a guy commits, he has to assume the responsibilities and accountabilities for that woman and the family, the kids that they're going to have with together. He needs to make sure that she is worthy of his time, effort, and investment. If a woman is not worthy of his time, then he's not going to commit.
I also think whenever this kind of stuff happens, they always lump guys into like, oh, you're a terrible person for entertaining options.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he skipped the part about, oh, she's in her like little swimsuit in the pool splashing around and being a cute little girl in a public place or whatever it was, right? It's like you missed the part where she's advertising, but he can't have options. And
yeah, it's like Rollo keeps saying, it's open on her end, closed on his end. And this is what we see the proof of on social media. And as I keep saying, social media is not the evil guy here. Social media is just the tool people produce content there. Whether good content or bad content, this is what we are trying to determine here. And it's relative. I mean, it's not perfect standards, okay? We are just trying to challenge you guys to start thinking about this. Yeah, the content that is being produced is really low quality content nowadays on a broader spectrum. There are certain individuals who do a good job, but there are so few of them. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Let's do the next one. Oh my gosh, you're going to love it. Oh, the grandma.
What is going on?
Let's listen to the grandma. Yeah. Okay, what is she? I need to find here. I have so many. Like, look. I'll just show you. Like, I'm just scrolling through them. It's like a lot of recordings that I watched and listened to. Let me find here. Wise grandma is going to give some wise life advice. to younger women. Okay.
Oh, she's got 1.7 million followers.
I'm telling you, look, I'm bringing it up to you guys, how many follows they have, how many posts they have, so that you can see what content is being liked and supported by people. Okay, I found here. How to dress. Let's look at your dressing.
How to dress to slay all day. 8 tutorial. Wear something colorful and make sure you can dance in it. Put on sunglasses to block the haters, and now you're ready to slay. How to dress.
And then it repeats itself. So, to block the haters, okay? Again, define haters there. Like
people who don't like color. I've got friends who only wear black and gray. It's like, all right, that's not my personal style, but
style, okay.
I don't think that they hate me for wearing, like, I don't know, hot pink and teal and stuff.
Yeah, but slay, the words that the choice of words that she uses to using her message there to people, she says, "Slay, what does it mean?" I checked it on Google. I didn't know what slay meant before I heard it. Now I know it means to kill a person or an animal in a violent way. Is this what she wants people to do? I mean, okay, greatly impress or amuse. Okay, maybe she meant that, but why didn't she specify it?
I'm not sure how slay became. I don't know, so many slang terms. I'm like, how did that come to mean whatever it means now? And I'm probably behind the times when it comes to a lot of the slang that young folks are using these days, but apparently this grandma knows it.
Grandma knows it. Yeah. Look, she's wise and smart and old, right? She has experience too, and this is the kind of content that she's sharing, guys. You can check your other content. I'm giving you a few examples so that you get the idea. Go diving deeper and find out for yourself later, like to get full picture. And then sunglasses to block haters. Lock yourself in your belief system. You see, what's the haters? I don't like how people use the word haters today because it's confusing. What exactly are haters? You know, define it. If the haters are the ones who contradict your viewpoint, then those people are not haters. They're just the ones who disagree with you. You know, but the fact that you call them haters, you inspire other people to also not open themselves for the opposing viewpoints by calling them haters. And I've seen fitness instructors do it. I've seen it. And I've presented the proof of it to you in the previous videos. Go check them out.
A lot of times I see people, because you can totally have different.
Okay, melodies
and not hate them or even feel any animosity toward them. But there are people who it's like, oh, like if someone disagrees with them, they do have a very emotional reaction toward that person who disagrees. And since that's their reality, then they just assume oh, well, anyone who disagrees hates because that's what I do and that's all that I know.
Mm-hmm. And this is what they are pushing. This is what they are pushing indirectly. They don't have to say it, oh, because I hate, you must hate it too. You see the example of how they do it. It's implied, okay? It's implied hidden message that they're sending out to you. And then let's listen to this one. Okay, here is some life advice for you. Let's watch this one. Here is, okay, where is it? How to dress. Okay, I can't find the live. Let's listen to her story. A story from grandma.
I have a story for you. The year was 1950, and I was 20 years old. I went out dancing, and then the fella said, "Would you like a ride home?" I said, "Sure." So I told my girlfriends, "I'm going with this guy." He was tall and handsome. Why not? Instead of driving me home, he took me to a parking lot. And I said, "You better take me home. I have a brother that's a cop. I have another brother that's a lawyer. And another one is whatever. And I'm not that kind of girl." So he took me home. And that was the end of that. Never do something you don't want to do. May he rest in peace. I'm so
Did you like the story from a grandma?
Yeah, I think that's I don't have any problem with that. I mean, I think she did the right thing rather than be a, some dude picks her up and then it's like, oh, well, he drove me to a park. Because back in the 50s, like if you take a chick to go parking, you were going to hook up, And so that just her kind of putting her foot down, being like, no, I ain't going to be a hoe. And like, if you try to like make me do something, then there's going to be consequences, which there should be,
Well, true, but the fact that she sat down with the unknown guy in the car, she chose to go with this guy. And this is where women are really lacking the accountability for their own choices. And this grandma, I'm thankful that she's sharing these stories. She actually has, I follow her, just for fun and for amusement, to come up with some ideas, like about the content. Okay, she chose to go with this guy that she didn't know. What was she thinking about? And then she says, I'm not that kind of girl. Yes, you are that kind of girl, because you chose to sit in a car with an unknown man to begin with.
Yeah, I guess if you have if he's a total stranger, it's generally not a good idea to get into a car with someone that you just met that day. But
you see,
yeah, part of the first part I couldn't hear it perfectly clearly, but yeah.
Oh, you didn't hear her message, what she was saying? Do you want me to run it again?
Well, no, it's okay. I just couldn't hear the first part. It sounded like she was like with friends or something, and they had been hanging out for like part of the day together, and then like he was gonna drop her off at home, which I mean to me seems, but I might not have heard it all correctly.
Yeah, I think as far as I understood, she was not very... Let's listen to it again, so maybe we will pick up on more.
I have a story for you. The year was 1950, and I was 20 years old. I went out dancing, and then the fella said, "Would you like a ride home?" I said, "Sure." So I told my girlfriends, I'm going with this guy. He was tall and handsome. Why not? Instead of driving me home, he took me to a parking lot. And I said, "You better take me home. I have a brother that's a cop. I have another brother that's a lawyer. And another one is whatever. And I'm not that kind of girl." So he took me home. And that was the end of that. Never do something you don't want to do. May he rest in peace. I'm so...
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it still sounds like she was out, with like a group of people. Like they'd had some interaction like that evening, to where she didn't get like creepy vibes from him. But then when she did, she was just like, no, that's not, like, I was just, just trying to have a good evening, and you offered me a ride home, which seems safer than walking home, because maybe that was her only other option. It's like, this guy seems like, decent and safe enough, and we've been hanging out all evening. But I mean, again, I wasn't there, so I couldn't really say.
Well, true. What I got from that, it seems to me, okay, it could be that we don't know what happened there per se, right? We can't really judge like 100%. What I got from that message was that she she saw the cute guy. He looked cute and he was fun, and like he I don't even think that it was like the good friend of yours, you know, because if it was a good friend, then she wouldn't have a story to tell. She wouldn't he wouldn't have taken her to the parking lot if it was the friend that she knew. So the way that she phrased it, and correct me if I'm wrong, the fact that she like that guy took her to the parking lot and he was cute, and this is why she decided to go with him, because she didn't think of the consequences, what could happen. It tells me that, you know, she probably didn't know that person long enough.
No,
And
I mean, it
just
sounds like
met
they
him.
did just meet that evening, and yeah, maybe that wasn't a smart decision in the end. But I mean, you know, gosh, sorry, there's more fires.
Oh no. Sam, what do you think? Tell us, what do you think?
I was very confused, honestly, because she framed the whole story from the beginning like, oh, met a hot guy at the club, and I'm gonna I'm gonna leave my friends, go hang out with this dude afterwards. And she framed it all that way, like, oh, he's tall and handsome, and they're like her tone and everything. And then just like flipped the script and was like, yeah, and he tried to like get something out of me, so I left. And like that's good, like you should do that if that's what you want. But I was just confused by the story. I was like, where does the I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
like lack of accountability for your own decisions. And also see how she's using her brother. She's using her my brother. One of my brothers is this. One of my uncles or brothers is that. Trying to fear the man so that he wouldn't.
Well, she
take
doesn't want to
advantage
be
of him.
assaulted. That's like reasonable, and like
Oh, sure.
I feel like accepting a ride home from someone who seems nice and like, I mean, now there's more like, I think, awareness of stranger danger and stuff than there was in the 50s. Like in the 50s, even though I'm sure it happened, but it wasn't publicized as much. And so you meet someone who seems like decent, they offer you a ride home, you assume that he's being chivalrous, you assume that he's being a gentleman, and then when he's not being a true gentleman and he actually, you know, wanted to get some, then it's, you know, it's within her right to be like, no, that's not what I actually signed up for. I just wanted a ride home and you offered it and I accepted it. I don't know. That's my take on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
a weird story to me.
It is a weird one. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I brought it up so that we could elaborate on it. Okay. I just, from knowing what I know, and like, you don't jump into the car of unknown man, no matter how he looks. If you don't know the man, if you see the man for the first time, this is the subject lesson to the girls. This is what the girls should probably learn from this grandma. But then at the end, she also says that if you don't want to do something, nobody can make you do it, you know, so don't do it. If you don't want to do something, it's like, it's really confusing, I think.
Oh well, okay. I don't think it's confusing in the sense of why she did it. I mean, this
Yeah.
isn't she had an opportunity to have an experience with a attractive man, which is like, yeah, I'm going to capitalize on this experience. That's great. But she didn't want the experience to go to a certain point, so she, like, you know, changed plans, or not changed plans, but like, you know, it makes sense why she did it, because she just literally, the way she said, oh, he was tall and handsome, like the tone tells you that she wanted to have that experience with that guy and like go for a ride in the car, take me home. Like, yeah, safer, like Melody said, than walking or whatever other options are. But like, you know, she wanted to have some kind of experience. But
then he kind of flipped the script on like what he was offering. You know, he didn't, if he'd been like forthright and been like, hey, maybe we can go park somewhere, she probably would have declined the ride, you know.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't
so
very
he was
clear.
like not,
he wasn't, yeah,
intentions, and she was like, you know, being forthright with her intentions. Like she probably would have, if he just dropped her off at her house like he'd said he was going to do, and then like, hey, you're really cool, would you like to go get dinner, next Friday or whatever, then she probably would have been very open to that. And then, eventually things may have progressed to where that, they were going to
but the guy wanted them,
or whatever. But
it was a sneaky fucker game.
It makes sense. Yeah. I'm not saying that the guy behaved in a good way there either, and this is what I see, like when men switch the script or the frame on women, and you have a woman already agreed on that, on those terms, women are not going to take it. Women will like say no. They have the right to say no and not engage in that. If you establish the frame and if you are upfront with it, and if you say, for example, if that man came to you and said, look, let's just go and fuck, right? Like, do you want that? And then see if a girl accepts that, then yes, sure, you go and have some fun time with her, right? But if you are approaching it like trying to to be sneaky about it, like, I'll drive you home, but then I'll try to take advantage of you too. This is when, I think she. But again, the fact that she sat in the car with unknown man, or the man that she just met, it's not a very safe behavior.
Well, I mean, she was also 20 years old, and this was 70 years ago, where it was completely different times, and there were expectations of chivalry, whereas, like, today you wouldn't, because we live in a hookup culture, but things were drastically different back then. I mean, I wasn't alive back then. I'm not that old. But, just what I've heard, like, that was not the sort of behavior that you would expect back then, the way that, like, today you would half expect that to happen. But so I feel like it's kind of hard to compare just because to modern times, just because it was a totally different time. And again, she was 20 and like very naive and probably and she didn't have the whole social media and the Dateline with all the stranger danger and stuff. And you were, and men typically, there were like codes of chivalry in society. And that's what a gentleman would do is, if there's a gal who's going to walk home late at night when it's dark, you do the nice thing and you offer to give her a ride and you don't push anything on her, And so he was kind of breaking the rules of the society that he lived in. Whereas, like I said, today that wouldn't really be breaking any rules or pushing any boundaries. That's just kind of the hookup culture we live in.
Well, the thing, I think that this, if we want to improve the quality of content and the messages that all the women are sending out to younger women when they're talking about their experiences, they need to admit that they made mistake. They need to say like, I trusted this guy. I messed up. Ladies, learn from my mistake. Don't do it. Okay, this kind of message would maybe signal to younger women, because I'm looking at it from the content creating standpoint. How would that kind of message impact the masses? You can break it down. Look, the fact that we broke it down, we kind of came to the conclusion there. Okay, what was she really trying to say? That it's not like a super misleading content per se, because women could really learn from it if they've analyzed, if they had the critical thinking skills. To analyze what she was actually trying to tell them. Maybe she has good intentions. Okay, most yoga instructors, fitness instructors, content creators, they have good intentions. They really believe that they are helping. But like you need to be able to evaluate whether they are really helping you or not. And if older women are like more specific with the message that they are sending out to other women and saying like, look, ladies, don't sit with the guys that you don't know. Don't go with the guys that you don't know. Only go with the ones that you trust and who have proven themselves, to be trustworthy. Like that kind of message, that the lesson that she learned. Yeah, because when she phrased it the way she phrased it, I just like I would like if I isolate myself, imagine I don't know, I'm not aware of anything. It's like I look at it as an oblivious woman out there, for example, and it's like, oh, the guy is the bad guy, and I don't need to acknowledge I was wrong to sit with him in the car. I can only do the things that are right for me. This is what probably most women would pick up from that message.
Well, yeah, I guess if people aren't familiar with kind of the social code of conduct 70 years ago, which most people aren't, then yeah.
Yeah,
But,
this is
it was different times for sure back then than what we have now. And I could see her just making I guess it was a mistake, but at the same time it wasn't expected that he was going to do that, like that. And I think that's why it took her aback so much. And yeah, she said it, that was that. And so I mean, he still had enough respect, but he was probably just like, oh, I'll take a chance, which again is just cowardice on his part, because if that was his intention, he just needed to be upfront about that.
I'll butt in here. I think there's a gray area there, right? Because you can't, like, if you're gonna go on a date with somebody, at the beginning of the date, you're not gonna say, "Hey, you know what? I wanted to have sex with you later today. Can we do that?" There's like it's not, and you don't want to flip, you don't want to lie, and you don't want to like be deceitful. But there's a gray area and there's nuance to it. Where like, yeah. I would hope that if anybody was on a date with a girl, like they wouldn't front with that.
Yeah, because it's like if you come up with to the girl and say, "Can you turn the sound off, Melody?"
Yeah, well, I'll turn the sound off. It might, since they're emerging.
Yeah, because it keeps ringing. Yeah, if you are upfront with women, it will scare women off. They will not want to engage with you. If you just come and say, "Oh, let's just go have fun and fuck around," and have some sex with. No, women will say, get off. I'm not interested. Yeah, this is why men have to be careful. Yeah, it's really, women can pick up on that. Women can learn how to notice those things when they are around men. They can see, but again, they need to educate themselves. They need to challenge the assumptions. They need to challenge what they see. They need to question what they see. And they need to be more critical thinkers, more rational, rather than emotional. Oh, this guy made me. What other lesson did she teach the women here? This guy was like so cute and tall. Why not? Right? He's so fantastic and blah, blah. What she could have told women, if it would be a better content, I think. She could have told women that, ladies, don't trust what you see or hear, because the appearance of a man doesn't speak for his character. It doesn't speak for his actions. If she like really wanted to educate women, no, I think her goal was just to like me. This is my story. This is my experience. And if you don't want to do something, you don't have to do it.
Well, I think, when it comes to a guy expecting you to get physical and there was zero implication that was his desire beforehand, like, yeah, you have every right to be like, no, that's actually not what I was interested in. Like,
well, this is why I'm saying that you can detect kind of like Melody. I'm sure you have some experience because you hang out with your friends. Like if a guy approaches you, you can kind of pick up on like what he's up to. What are his intentions, right? I mean, maybe not right away, but you give him some time, a few like hours maybe, while you like talking. And
I've always been real bad with social cues.
Well,
And I don't, even when I was dating, like my approach was if I thought a guy was attractive, like I wouldn't do the whole like flirting. It's just like, hey, I find you attractive. Like, let's make out and like go to the movies. But you know, I was also very clear, like I'm not willing to actually put out like from the get-go so that they wouldn't, you know, get any ideas about that. But again, like I don't pick up on social cues. I'm not good with the whole flirting game. I never have been. So I'm probably not the best person to ask about that.
let's ask Sam. Yeah. Well, okay, Melody. I want to bring one point, guys. Okay, before Sam goes in, I introduced you guys to each other, right? We met in person. You seemed to like Sam, right? So you trusted him enough because he spent quite a bit of time with us talking about the society, about the people, and other topics, right? That we've covered there. You've trusted him well enough to go on a hike with him and with Pikela the next day. You know, so I think that you can pick up on the cues. It's just like you have to be more like judgmental and turn your brain on and think like, okay, oh, this guy.
Yeah, but also I would say that no, because I have definitely been in situations where people were straight up dangerous. You know, I knew him 20 years and like didn't pick up on it. So yeah, hopefully like Sam isn't dangerous, you know. But yeah, no, I'm not good at picking up on those cues typically. I mean, if someone's like straight up super creepy, like blatant about it, then yeah, I pick up, and I'm usually very forthright, you know, and I'm not afraid to hurt feelings. But yeah, at the same time, like from personal experience, I know that yeah, there are people that have tricked me for decades, you know.
Yeah.
So, and they actually had intent to harm me, like physically.
Wow.
You know? And so, yeah, I'm not very good at that.
Sam,
But,
you were going to say something about.
About what?
I don't know. You wanted to say something. We interrupted you, kind of.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know now. Yeah. What do you think about the like cues? The like when you're talking to people, can you get information about women? What women are like straight from, you know, like the first time you meet a woman, for example.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's like, so, you know, I would say 80% of the communication is nonverbal.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, of the verbal part, 50% of the communication is in their tonality. So like, you know, their words matter too, like for the sake of the conversation. But in terms of gauging where their mind is at,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to, people are going to express what they're really feeling. And it, like, when people are uncalibrated and don't know how to interpret that, that's when you get like awkward situations. But when, you know, when you understand how someone is reacting to your presence, then you can cater to that and like have a positive, everybody can have a positive experience. And the people that are creepy, the people that are weird, are the people that don't understand that, how to interpret that for whatever reason. And then you end up with situations where like, oh, I thought she was into me, I thought I was going to go to a parking lot, and he misinterpreted her, like what she wanted, because he either didn't know how to like he didn't understand women's nature and didn't understand like how to read body language and things like that for whatever reason. And you know, that's how weird situations, you know, end up. And I would not say that I would ever take it to that extreme level of like blatant, like blunt communication with the words about like, you know, what might happen. But you know, I think because I think there's already so much communication that happens before that. It's like, oh, okay, like I know what's going on here. So
yeah, when people press too much attention on the non-verbal communication, on the accessories, the clothes, the stuff around the person, right? How the manner that the person is talking to, but not the actual content. because of TLDR, they don't want to invest into finding out what that person actually is trying to tell them, because people will tell you, people will signal what they are up to. You just need to be willing to listen to it. You need to open your eyes and see the things that they tell you. That guy probably has signaled to her that in some ways that, like, okay, cute, and it's like personal, right? Let's not go there. But when she talked to him, or like engaged with him in some way, he probably signaled to her if she knew what to pay attention to. Like if she picked up on the cues that he was. People don't, the other interesting movie that I always refer you guys is Lie to Me. Lie to Me, the Dr. Lightman. It's based on, what's the name of the book? I was actually reading that book a long time ago. Somebody write it down in the comments. I forgot. Sachs. Lie to Me, the movie, the series are based on the book by a psychologist, a lie detector kind of person who was connecting, the facial expressions, like all of the cues that can, like if you pay attention, if you educate yourself. I used to study it back in psychology. I actually wrote a research paper on that back in college, like the facial micro expressions and like the behavior patterns, the how a person behaves. If you pay attention to that, it could probably help you. I'm not saying it's the only thing, but just open your mind to that and explore more. Okay, I'll leave you the book in the comments when I find it. It's not coming up to me right now, the name of the book, and it's been a while since I've read it. Like you can pick up on cues when people are ready to commit suicide. Not suicide, self-delusion. Okay, like suicide. Wait, what for algorithm? When people are ready to do something bad, you can spot it if you are paying close attention to their words, to their behavior. Just to listen and analyze, and watch how they behave. Yeah, very interesting stuff. I took some lie detecting courses also a while ago. I'm not saying that I'm an expert there. There are the professional, like FBI agents out there, the secret agents and stuff who, like, they do it. Look, they do it. It's their job, So yeah, let's move on. And this is probably the final one. We are going to watch this girl. She is 6 years old, and oh gosh, let's see, where is she? Okay, let's listen to this. Be nice, cool, and happy.
Be nice, be cool, and be happy every day, forever.
I mean, it sounds cute, and she probably does have good intentions. She tries to inspire people to be cool and nice and happy. But again, it implies that people are chasing the happiness. People need to pursue the happiness, the niceness, and like all the cute little fluffy stuff out there. Again, I'm not critiquing her as a person. It's just the content that is being shared there, and she is doing it because her parents are doing it. They are telling her what she should be posting. They're probably managing her account there, and she has over 1,500,000 or 600,000 followers on Instagram. A little girl with that much following. Yeah.
The parents aren't cool enough to do it themselves, so they gotta use their.
Yeah, and this is why I say, like, we need to draw the line here. What is a good, appropriate behavior in terms of creating content? Because I see a lot of adults are using their children, their pets, their I don't know, other animals to build cloud for themselves. You know, she becomes the extension. This is what Jared Mello, the radical self-respect, was telling me. I talked to him about this girl. She became the extension of her parents. So her parents tried to push that kind of message to the masses, to people through her, you know, so that they get more likes through her. They're using her as a tool to get more likes, more dopamine hit for themselves. Guys, you can't just look at the content creator like literally. You need to approach content that you're consuming from different angles. What does that person represent? His actions, his words. Why is he putting this content out there? The intentions of the content. Okay? Who stands behind that content? It's important. This is why you need to do research before posting yourself on TikTok. Go find out about TikTok first. Where does it come from? Go find out about Telegram before you start using it. And recommending other people to use it too. Do your homework. Okay, the next one. My favorite. This one I've debunked it already in shorts.
Be nice, be cool, and be happy.
Not this one here.
I am not a princess. I don't need a prince to save me. I'm a queen. I can handle it myself.
She's 6. I don't think she can handle much on it by herself to be like just
Yeah. Is Daddy and
perfectly
Mama paying
honest.
for your life?
Okay, one at a time, guys. So let's start with Melody.
I was just saying she's 6. She can't handle much of anything by herself. Like,
Yeah.
she's completely dependent on her parents and kind of everything around her for everything. She's not even legally allowed to work.
Sam,
Like, she's
what do
probably
you-
not even allowed to get the money she gets from like Instagram or whatever. YouTube is, probably
Yeah.
just going to her parents, and they're having to like deal with the
Oh
banks.
yeah, this is a good point, Melody. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for bringing it up. Yeah. Makes sense, right, Sam? What do you say?
She basically nailed it on the head. I was saying the same thing. It's like the cognitive, she's only 6, so cognitive dissonance is real.
It is real. It is so real. Yeah. Let's look at your other ones here.
Nothing is impossible unless you think it is. Unless you were trying for Taylor Swift tickets, that was impossible.
Lots of things are impossible.
Yeah.
Nothing is impossible unless you think it is. Is that what she said?
Yes. Let's debunk this one because then she talks about Taylor Swift. I don't care about Taylor Swift. Let's just focus on the core message that she's trying to send out to people. She says, nothing is impossible unless you think it is. What does it imply?
Anything is possible.
I mean, there is some truth to that, but the way that people are going to take it probably is going to be, unless you think it is. So what she also tells you is that you have to change your thought. You have to think that it's possible, and therefore it will be possible. If you think that it's impossible, it will be impossible.
Right. Well, I mean, I agree in general that if you think a task is very difficult or you can't do it, then yeah, you probably don't have a good chance of accomplishing it. Mindset.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like there is some. This is why I'm saying there is some truth to that. But this use of the word think, thought, correlated with yoga, correlated with fitness, instructors who are using the same word, like positive thoughts create positive vibes, positive vibes, create positive actions.
She's trying to
Positive
manifest.
actions create positive actions.
Yeah. Positive actions, you know, the positive actions create positive outcomes, and etc. Like it's a cycle, right? And yeah, where was I? I'm kind of losing myself here. It's hard to keep track of all of that. It can also say to people that all they need to do is just change their thoughts. They don't need to watch their actions. They can only change their thoughts. If they believe that everything is possible, it means that they can achieve it, right? They can do it. But without action, see, the emphasis is on the wrong words. The emphasis is on the misleading concepts and principles. It signals to people that, okay, if I just put my thought on this, I will get it. It will be possible for me.
I feel like it's easier to change your thoughts by like changing your actions than it is to change your actions, change your thoughts. If that makes sense. Maybe like think about a better place. Yeah, good luck with that. But if you go and you taste to, you know, every service you feel, you will see the effect of your work. It will have influence on the way they think. But if you know want to sit there and world or you know pollinator habitat, it's not gonna create world peace or provide more habitat for pollinators. If you go out there and like start you know planting, then you're gonna see that and you will know like yeah it is getting a little better because of the work I've done. So I think that you know actions need to precede thoughts if you want the thoughts to really be deep and meaningful and not just something that you wrote to yourself because you're told that you should without having any real reason to believe it deep down because you haven't seen it, you haven't experienced it, you haven't done it. Like you got to start with actions.
Yeah, I believe that too. It's easier to sell to people through thoughts, because if people like what they hear, they will do. They might be more likely to do that thing if they like. But even then, we have to remember about the positive reinforcement versus negative reinforcement. If we don't see their result, if we analyze the results that people get from these messages, if people are deluding themselves, it doesn't lead them to good outcomes, then their thoughts and actions are wrong. You know, so their thoughts might be right. In this case, like she's promoting, like yeah, thoughts. What was she saying? I forgot. What was your message? What was your initial?
About things are only impossible if you think they're impossible, or
yeah.
nothing's impossible unless you think
the thought might be all right. You know, as long as you apply it in practice and you do the relevant steps to achieve, you know, the goals and improve, work on yourself. But if you are only thinking positively but without actually doing, you're not going to your thoughts are going to be irrelevant. This is what I'm trying to say here. Does it make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and it's also well, this one, the older lady with the card you see here, she says self-care is love, taking time for rest. Okay. Self-care is key. Care of yourself first, relationship with yourself, pay attention on that. And then to some extent, this explains why women choose to spend too much time on themselves. Solipsism. This is what Rollo keeps talking about. I'm just trying to connect the dots and help out guys a little bit. Okay. Yeah, when women hear this content over and over again, it will stick. It will become their truth. You know, this is why they often tell you and other red pill girls is they go, oh, this is just your truth. Yeah, because they've convinced themselves, and everybody else has convinced them that what they believe in is their truth. It's very hard to promote objective truth and reasoning and information based on facts to delusional people who only see their truth as the truth because they're being told so. We need better content, guys. This is what I keep saying. Like, if you start debunking a lot of bullshit that is happening out there, I think it will help people to analyze, okay, this is truthful information, this is false, and then they can make their own conclusions, their own decisions based on that. And then the other one, she was saying, uplift, kind words, compliment, no negative words, speaking positivity, joy, 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 joy. Okay, now you see a correlation. I'm drawing like a raw correlation here. It needs more scientific proof, I think. You can go research it, okay? Maybe you come up with something, share your work with me, as always. This older lady says, uplift, kind words, compliment, no negative words, joy, positivity, positivity, positivity. Now let's listen what this girl is going to say.
I can't do negative today. Positive vibes.
So she says, shh, shh, shh. I can't do negative today. Positive vibes, positive vibes. Do you see the connection?
I don't even know if this little girl is actually coming up with these things or if her parents are just like telling her what to say, but
yeah,
can't
but
do negative today. I don't even know what that means. It's like you don't have control over what happens around you largely. And, you know, like, I mean, talk about negative, like a couple hundred houses around where I live have burnt down in the last couple weeks, you know? Those people just saying like, oh, I can't do negative today. Well, negative stuff's happening and it's heartbreaking. It's tragic, but, you know, they're doing what they can. They're trying to help their neighbors and make sure that people's pets get, you know, taken to farms where there's extra room for animals and, you know, making sure that people have places to stay if their house has been burned down. They aren't just sitting there saying like, I can't do negative. Positive vibes only. Yeah, I wish that wildfires would respond to that because they don't. You can't just tell the wildfire like positive vibes only and have it be like, oh, sorry. Let me just dissipate.
Yeah.
It's just not reality. Like,
well,
that needs to be a
did come up
meme.
with these things on her own because she's so out of touch with, you know, reality and kind of like the harshness of the human experience, you know, the way it goes a lot of times. And we're really quite spoiled in America because we don't experience a lot of the harshness. It's just a day-to-day for most people throughout the world. And, you know, especially when you look at timeline of human history, yes, for the most part, it's been a fight for survival. It's only like within, you know, recent past few centuries where it's like we just have time to sit and make TikToks, you know, about stuff like this. But
yeah, in the end, it's about content. She posted it there. Whether she posted it through her parents' influence, it matters. It does play an effect, but the content is out there. She's the face of that content. You know, she represents that content. She doesn't realize how much accountability, like people in general don't realize how much accountability they actually hold for posting the misleading kind of content. You know, that dilutes people, that forces people to believe in it, because when you repeat it 1,000 times, coming back to the advertising strategies, it's like I'm not against the ads per se, they can sell good stuff, but like when we are using it to gain power and influence and like in a bad way, you know, misleading people, this is what I don't like. You know, this is what I disagree with. You know, I think that we can produce better content. Are they willing to do it? Are they willing to produce it? I don't think so. Otherwise, they would have less people following them at the moment, that they wouldn't be the cloud chasers. See? And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. Sam, what did you want to say? Sorry, I kind of about this girl and the content she makes.
Oh, I mean, not much else, but like it's probably not her ideas speaking, and it's just she's just a face and cute. So
she's cute. I mean, like, look, there are a lot of cute yoga instructors out there, like very pretty women, like that naked woman. She can dance, like, wow. Like she can really isolate all of her single ligaments and joints, like very flexible. But she's also on OnlyFans. She's posting herself naked. So how objective is her content? If she was just selling, like, I'm not telling that like belly dancers should not be wearing the crop tops, and because it's kind of a stylistic choice and also it's form of art, okay, but like be more reserved. Don't expose your naked body parts out there, because it's like it contradicts the core purpose, the objective criteria for fitness instructors, for yoga instructors, for those who represent fitness and well-being. Because people don't judge you objectively. They lose touch with the objectivity, with reality completely, and you are not helping. You are contributing by creating this kind of content, posting yourself naked, posting your pets, posting your kids out there to get more likes for yourself. You're contributing to the delusion of the society. And we have already so much crap that just blindsides people. People can't see the truth for what it is. And then the good, decent content creators who actually put work into creating the content, like the content like this, I think it's a pretty good content that people should consume because it could benefit people. Nobody's paying attention to this because I don't over advertise it, and I don't expose myself naked. I don't use my dog as a, like, yeah, look at my dog, how cute he is, give me likes. I will never use my kids if I happen to have kids. Like, no, taboo. A lot of content creators are exposing their families, very personalized, like they show off their husbands and like what they do, what they eat for breakfast, how often they brush their teeth, how many apples per day they eat, how much salads, like one of you brought it up, like once a day, and or any other things. Like, who cares what you do during your day? I do all sorts of things during my day too. Like, I'm not going to give you like all of the activities that I'm doing during the day because it's irrelevant. Yeah. Okay, I think that was pretty much it, guys. Tips and recommendations. Yeah, let's do it. Question: why content creators are telling you something? What intentions does he or she have? What he or she is trying to achieve by you buying their services or products? What is the hidden implied message that we've talked about today behind the context? What is he or she getting by telling you these things? Okay, I need to really correct my presentation. What kinds of manipulations are they using on you? Appeal to emotion, appeal to authority, positive association, appeal to science, fear of missing out, fear, and etc. Scarcity mindset, the overestimation of the goods. And then how do they actually help you to solve your problems? Do they actually help you to become stronger, healthier? Do you lose weight? Do you gain strength, mobility, flexibility? Do you stay consistent? Do they help you to stay consistent with your fitness practice? Or are they selling you these short-term programs that promise you fast results? Are they manipulating you into believing that you might have a problem? This can happen too. Analyze your life choices after you consume his or her content. So you need to see what actions you take after you're being exposed to that content. Were you inspired to take a class after that content? Were you inspired to read and educate yourself after watching that content? Did the content creator keep his or her promises? When you watch videos, guys, especially the short format videos on YouTube, and it's not to blame the YouTube. YouTube is great, you know. YouTube, social media, it's good. It helps people to build communities. It helps people to unite. It helps people to, you know, share the information, whether good or bad. That's up to the content creators, right? So, what kind of life choices do you make after watching that content? Analyze your decisions. What action, whether his or her actions match their words. Also, do that. Whether they deliver you the content that they promise to deliver to you, or are they circling around? This is what I see a lot on YouTube. There is a lot of overselling of the products, of the services that they're offering, and then if they touch up on the topics, they only circle around it. They don't actually do much work to find the sources, to you know, digging deeper into the topic. Yeah, it's very kind of nearsighted, very narrow kind of content. Did the content creator, oh, okay, I should keep repeating myself, do his your actions match his own words? Challenge the information you hear from content creators, analyze their content, bring your experiences and observations to us. We can debunk some bullshit together. Okay, we have a lot of fun doing it. Next video will be shorter, guys. I just wanted to touch the basics, and then we will refer people to this video so that they can watch the examples and the fundamentals. Okay, and then we will do the shorter ones, like maybe up to an hour or like 40-minute videos. Okay, good. We are doing it once a week on Saturdays at 9:15 a.m. PST. So come join us. And yes, can you?
Yikes! Thank God I'm not in there.
Well, I was just saying, like, a few people lying and everything. Like, yeah, detect some lies in here too. Cool. Great job. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. Yeah, if you like our workouts that we post regularly with Melody, and we hopefully get Pikia back on track with the workouts. And also I'll do some yoga classes with Monica. She is all about recovery yoga, and recovery is as important as the regular workout. Join us, and please give us your constructive feedback. What could be improved? What did you like specifically about the class? It helps us to create better content for you guys. Okay, like, share, and subscribe. It always helps. If you find something interesting, like an interesting topic, or you notice certain things in the content, in the human behavior, in psychology, share it with us. Okay, we can even put you here like Sam is today. Thank you, Sam, for joining. And almost 5 hours, guys. Oh my gosh. And
I need a snack.
Longer than Rolo.
Sitting, my belly is making weird noises, you know. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet. So yeah, if you have something interesting, please share with us. If you'd like to collaborate with us, reach out. If you want to be a guest speaker here, please reach out, send in specific email. Okay, what kind of topics you'd like to cover, so that we get some idea and we do our homework, we do our research as much as we can. We are not perfect. Okay. And yeah, follow Melody, follow Pikia, Sam. I'll put Sam's Instagram and Do you want me to put your YouTube in there too?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
I've
do that.
got 2 separate YouTubes. One of them is just me. The other one is Bungalows for Bachelors.
Oh, just you. Wow. I want to see that one.
Yeah.
Just you. Let's look at Sam. Yeah, I'm going to do that. If you, yes, just share the links with me, Sam. Or if you want, can you type in your YouTube channel in the chat here?
Oh, yeah.
That would be awesome. Yeah, if you type it in, can you find it?
I'll figure it out. Oh, look at chat. Yeah.
Yeah, type it in the chat. It will save me time and people will be able to follow you straight from there. Good. Well, thank you guys so much for doing it with me. I think that if I did it myself, it would be so monotonous and like nobody, at least we had a few people joining us and saying hi. So it's always good to see Accounting Ship. He also supports my piano videos and actually the awareness videos too. I love to see more people waking up. Good. Okay, let me just copy and paste here. Copy. Sam. It's BF success. Okay, so I'm going to say here, follow Sam. Our guest speaker. Okay, and the other one is here.
All empty?
Empty.
No, I think I'm out of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Bummer. Oh, there's more downstairs. I just have to.
Yay. And then I'm going to leave you guys. Let me see if I can find it. My links where you can find out about the fitness programs, find out about the activities that we are doing here. I'll share the link tree with you guys. I'll try to share the link tree. Okay, here. Just in case. I need a moderator or something later on as we pick up. EB fitness program and activities. Cool, so that you can follow this straight from the chat if you want to, okay? Just to save you some time. Good. Well, thank you guys. Thank you so much for doing this work with me. We'll make shorter videos from now on. They will be more fun. We will be just really focusing on the debunking it, okay? We needed to connect people, educate people about the tactics, the techniques that are being used by other people that are very manipulative and deceiving, and now we are going to apply it in practice. So yeah, I'm going to take us out. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell us what you think about the topics, guys. As always, we love to hear from you. I think it helps us to create better content. And yeah, join us. Join elenasbarre Teachers Community. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Melody, for doing this hard work with me. Okay? Take care. Bye.